everyone, and welcome to Scales of War. We are a group of amateur role players and wargamers, game designers, voice actors, and just all around a fun group of people who come together to play some Only War. We're heavily modified version of the Fantasy Flight Warhammer 40,000 RPG. Yeah. So tonight's session, we are continuing from where we ended off last week with our intrepid heroes, finding evidence that there might be a Genestealer Cult that has infiltrated the Hive that they've secured. So they're going to have to go look for that and see what they can do. Before we get tonight's session started, we will go around to introduce everyone. Introduce myself first. I am Paul Toon. I am going to be the War Master for tonight's session. So I get to steal everyone else's pants, because that's what a Genestealer does, right? Right. And with that, let's go bottom up this time. Valis.
That'd be me, Valis, creator of many things that we're using here, especially the weirder and crazier shit. Today I represent the Thrinos Mobile Task Force Sirens, specifically 3733 Elee and 3125 Eirs, in their quest for the Stealers of Genes, because they are a hated enemy, and we will root them out.
You keep a close eye on your ditto. Rasp.
Hi, I'm Rasp. I do not promise to be fun. I am the player of the Maldine in general. I'm the creator of all the things that come from this world. Not so much the things that are here now that we need to get rid of. And tonight I am playing Surgeon Evelyn, our Medicae and resident of the planet.
All right. Mr. Nunn.
Hey guys, I'm Mr. Nunn, a voice actor and cameraman for all of this. I'm playing as the Einherjari, a group of Viking warriors who have been brought into this Reclamation group. Currently, I am playing as Skoogie Emblingson. I'm one of the warriors of House Emblingson underneath the Einherjari, who's probably currently pretty drunk. So that'll be fun to play with.
Very good. And last but not least, Dan.
Hello, I am Dan. I am playing the Coloradicus, specifically Sergeant Titus Vanderath, and I am basically experiencing my first time inebriated in-game.
Clarifying in-game.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, yes. Oh, right. There was one other thing I wanted to mention, because so one of the things that you may have noticed, for those of you who are watching, we have this week's map is very different from what we've been having before. So mostly what I've been doing is making maps, basically pre-made maps that I come up with using the Dungeon Scrawl program, which is a free app that you can get on desktop and use it. Wonderful tool for quickly putting together little dungeons and maps and that sort of thing. But these particular maps, and we're going to see a lot more of them in the future, were found by Dan and given to us by him. So thank you for finding these, because this is going to be real helpful for a couple of the maps where I had ideas and I'm like, I have no idea how the hell to draw that.
Here to help.
All right. So with that, I kind of gave a brief synopsis at the very beginning, but does anybody else want to take over and kind of summarize what all y'all did last time?
questionable life choices.
Crazy that you said epic life choices.
I had my current active regiment harass my old regiment.
I found ale.
And overall, there was a round table sit down.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly
My
trying to
PCs and NPCs indulged in a very, very rare RR, and we also passed out very good quality low stubs, which are cigars. So we be drinking and smoking.
and performing military drills in the middle of a bar.
Of course.
Because that's obviously just what the Coloradicus does for fun.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And I was just about to ask for that. Ooh, lights. All right.
We have to root out this corruption.
Good to know. Good to know. All right. So, when last we left off, most specifically, we had Tabitha and Surgeon Evelyn pull aside the two Thrinos, Eirs and Elee, to try and, well, I wouldn't say convince, but more inform that the elderly couple of Maldine PDF were talking at the bar, and it sounds like they're probably fine, but one of their children has gone missing completely, and another one has gone missing but was found again. And a lot of things about what he's been saying since then could be, trauma related to, being in the middle of a war zone and having probably a near-death experience. But evidence lines up too much that it might be Genestealers. So
could be trauma. In this universe, likely story. All right, it's Genestealers.
I mean, isn't that how the Imperium works?
Trauma is heresy, and heresy is execution.
You have a reasonable explanation for this happening? I don't believe you. Bam.
Exactly.
Better safe than sorry.
Better safe than sorry. Anywho, yes.
So yeah. I believe we finished with Eirs and Elee having a debate, quote unquote, which was basically one said, I think they're part of it. The other one says, I disagree. Then they stared at each other for about 20 seconds. And then the other one went, I also agree.
Yes, they have come to the conclusion that these are not likely members of the cult, but they now happen to know where someone who's part of the Genestealery operation is. So now they must be accosted immediately, fastly, and I'm not going to say violently yet.
Very good. With that, players, take it away. What would you like to do?
The Sirens would like to charge the bar.
Okay, now I must ask, when you say charge the bar, are you walking briskly or are you straight up pelting forward, screaming at the top of your lungs?
It's not
like you're about to bayonet someone.
It's their preternatural speed charge, which makes them very. It's as if they were about to attack someone. But they don't attack anything. They just kind of immediately take seats. They lean on the people who now need to be questioned.
The Coloradicus fire team, which somehow succeeded its role.
Yes.
And also kind of, ready their weapons, is definitely going to be very observant of the situation.
Actually, related to that, part of this has been come over microbeads. The conversation between Eirs, Elee, and Tabitha and Evelyn, would any of that have been over general comms? Or would it have been purely private between the four of you?
That's a rasp call. If it's on general comms for me, it means everyone heard this weird chittery alien thing, which doesn't make it trustable.
Yeah.
We were not going over comms yet. We were letting the specialists know first.
Okay. Well, the specialists are informed, so from what the Coloradicus team knows is they also overheard the pretty sound evidence that there might be a Genestealer, or not really a Genestealer, but an infected human somewhere nearby. They are on high alert, and now the Thrinos, who you do know, you would have known from the reports, they do have a certain penchant, as for the term, with Genestealers, mostly that they hate them. They just very quickly went from the officer lounge area to right where the two PDF officers are. All right.
This is the kind of priority speed where they would have climbed the wall here instead of going up the stairs.
And I imagine climbing the wall was just they were moving so fast they basically like take 2 steps and then just like vertical walk up the wall and then keep going.
Yeah, imagine like how a xenomorph goes up a wall. That's kind of how I imagine them doing it.
You're really not helping your case.
All right. So, you are now surrounding the two elderly PDF. Again, one is a crawlman, one is a master crawlman, which is the equivalent of sergeant, staff sergeant, and they both look to you, and the elderly woman in the group says, "Can I help you?"
Why did Tabitha get dragged along?
That's a good question.
I didn't drag Tabitha down.
Putting Tabitha back where she'd be.
Oh God, what's the protocol here? Probably stern and blunt.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Can you hear us?
Oh dear,
Rasp can't hear us.
Oh
okay.
dear, Rasp cannot hear us. Oh yeah, okay.
Rasp, can you hear my voice?
Okay, let's send a message and let him know. Rasp can hear you. Us. Should have sent that.
Yeah.
I sent him a direct message.
So did I.
I can suddenly hear y'all again. Also, I heard you say you sent messages to me before the messages propagated in.
So you were just server
lag.
lag.
Lag. Yeah.
It wasn't just Discord either. It was like everything. I think I just had an internet blip.
Understandable.
Hopefully, this should be a fairly short session, depending on what y'all do. You can't discover everything in 1 minute. It could be 3 hours. You don't know. Okay.
And
but yes.
the internet gods may just decide to smite me and drag me away.
Let's hope they don't.
So it was their son recently returned.
Yes. So you would have heard daughter is missing. Complete whereabouts unknown. Son went missing for a while, is back, and is now acting really weird.
So I think the essential thing is these two just approach at lightning speed. Like the kind of I'm about to get tackled by someone speed, you know? So it's already not looking great for them. But upon arrival, the immediate thing is, Trooper, your son, where are they?
Okay, first, who are you addressing this to?
They both say it to both of them.
The elderly couple, who are surprisingly not really how not inflammable. I mean, that's what they are, but the term
Unperturbed.
not really unperturbed. Yeah, yeah. They're not really perturbed by this. They just kind of look at each other, look back to Eirs and Elee, and go. And again, the elderly lady speaks up, says, "I believe you have the wrong people. We're sergeant and staff sergeant equivalent."
The response to this is literally it would be basically, soldier, your child, where is it?
What do you care?
At this, the Coloradicus, or no, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm going to shut up. Valis, go ahead.
Actually, let's see. You know what? Eirs and Elee, both can make an awareness check. You're hyper-focused in, but I'll say flat. Coloradicus, specifically the team that's paying attention to all this, they can also make an awareness. I'll say flat for them as well.
Flat awareness. I'm just gonna go.
All right, Elee is completely zoned in, doesn't notice anything right now. Same with Eirs.
Elee's the observant one.
All right, so nobody notices.
I would argue that the tank crew would kind of be aware a little bit, just seeing like how the fire teams kind of snap to.
True, but I'm going to say in this case, you don't observe it basically because, Eirs is in the way.
Okay.
All right.
Amazing, Elee.
Very good. Nine target, roll of 9. So exact success. Okay.
So I think the situation that immediately follows that demand is Eirs is about to speak again and then stops because Elee is going to speak and attempt to be nicer and explanatory. But if there's something else about to happen, you can do that bit.
No, nothing is happening just yet. But continue.
So there's there's that moment where it's this dumb, it's like the thing twins do, obviously, right? They kind of look at each other. There's no information exchange. There's not even any body language, but then Eirs just is quiet while Elee moves to speak up. And it's something along the lines of, this is immediately like customer service mode, now come to think of it.
Oh, God.
God, do I still want to? No, stop. Fellowship was a success. Okay, got to reorient my mind. So Elee would say something along the lines of, at this time, conversations that have been had at this location have indicated to us that you, your loved ones, your neighbors, and this very city are currently in grave danger of infestation. And at this time, we would like to secure the whereabouts of your child to confirm or disregard our suspicions. Should you refuse this, we will search them out anyway. You are truly only going to expedite our process and change our reaction's aggression.
So the couple take a moment, look at each other. They're just kind of actually the same as Eirs and Elee. They just kind of had this moment of like an entire conversation is happening with nothing but eye waggles. Like there's no direct communication between them, but an entire conversation that would normally take an hour is happening right now in the span of about 30 seconds. And eventually, the elderly lady says, "Okay, he's currently at our apartment.
Location.
We can take you to him."
God, they really just want to go, but this is satisfactory. So I think there's just nods, and they both like do that like step back and gesture with the one arm towards the door, like, okay, we're going now.
All right. With that, okay, the Baldine are up there at this point. So Rasp, from basically all of your Baldine, awareness, and let's say from Tabitha, give a +10.
All right.
Hearing will not necessarily apply for this.
Gotcha.
This is much more of a visual cue thing.
Oh, I didn't put the +10 on this, so this should be target 61.
Oh, okay. Still a success.
Success.
Okay.
Yeah, the crew has Tabitha and the crew have very good awareness.
Good. Do you want to roll for Evelyn as well? There we go. Ooh, okay. So nobody else notices this, but Tabitha's been around the block, and she notices inside the coat pocket of the elderly man, his hand kind of shifts. And you also see the bartender behind, his arm kind of drops back down. Tabitha makes a pretty good assumption that both of the sirens were about to be shot.
I don't know if they would have even perturbed the sirens.
Maybe not, but yeah, pretty good chance that the sirens were about to get, but then they de-escalated just enough that okay, we'll do this.
Can I make a roll to
I just want to say,
see if I care?
if Elee had failed the fellowship, the aggression would have continued, and the guns probably would have been drawn.
Oh yeah, no, they would have.
No, I mean on both ends then, at that point. It's straight up the police officers have drawn firearms.
Well, the problem is the police officers just drew on the police officers. But yes, Dan, also, if you would like to make a check, I will count that as your willpower.
To see if I care. Okay.
Yeah, to see if you care.
Negative.
Is success or failure caring?
Yes. Let's see.
That's up to how he wishes to interpret that. That being said,
Oh, great.
So
might want to double
close.
check that. Target 0?
Yep, that's correct.
Oh, do you have a lot of minuses?
Yep.
That was intentionally
Alright.
a target 0.
All right, fair.
It was 45, or it was 43 minus 43.
No.
Okay. Still don't care. That being
almost
said,
fair.
though, the Sirens. Oh, very nice. The Sirens have basically taken up position next to the two PDF and are gesturing for them to lead the way, which they do. At this point, the other Baldine will have shown up here at the top. Tabitha will have made her observation. Yeah, the two PDF are going to just start walking out, leading the way where they're supposed to go. Who's following?
The Maldinar.
Go ahead.
The Maldinar. Also, Tabitha is going to on the platoon level channel, so not going out to any other guard in the area or the PDF, and will on the platoon level microbead channel say just will note for the Sirens that they came into a PDF bar and started bothering members of the PDF. They're lucky no one drew on them.
Yeah. Maldine, famous for being able to draw.
Yes. Well, I mean, they have such boring pictures, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Also, I do want to point out that helmet art is a big thing in the Maldine Guard.
That is true.
I think as this exit is occurring over our wonderfully alien communication measure, there's essentially a statement that is a mix of various words that I can't be bothered to come up with the exact variations in my head at this moment. That is along the lines of, this is an investigation of potential Genestealer activity. No one has to come along, but ready stations are recommended.
Okay.
Because to them, this is their job. This is what they see. It's like, we are the ones that deal with Genestealers. We're going to investigate, and the only advice we offer is, if it's big, be ready to move. However, of course, they're not going to stop anyone who wants to come along. They are doing the most polite thing a siren can do, which is offer to let others drink while they go handle it.
I think Evelyn will say into the microbead, yeah, no, our fething city, our fething job, we're coming with you. And there will be a sort of murmurs of assent from the rest of the Maldine.
Fair. Coloradicus, you also want to join?
Yeah, there will be slightly blurred.
I imagine
grumbles.
For the Coloradicus, it's more along the lines of, we don't have to party? Sweet, let's fucking go. We can ditch? Aight. Let's get these guns loaded, let's move.
Yep.
That's how I picture the Coloradicus attitude right now.
You know what? That's actually better than what I was thinking.
Right. Skoogie, you have a microbead.
I do, actually, yes.
You were able to hear all of that. What do you and your Einherjari decide to do?
Well, I realized one of the Maldine doesn't check in on the channel because Tabitha stole. I can't remember who it was. I think it was the driver. I think it was the driver's microbead.
Yep.
I would like to say one last thing before
the driver is standing right there. He can hear.
Yeah, before the Coloradicus just go. They finish their drinks, and I'm gonna say that half of them were from the bar, and the other half were from the Einherjari. And so they, you know, the half that drank from the bar will settle up, and the other ones will be, you know, like, all right, let's do this.
All right.
So Skoogie, I'm just picturing that in the moment of all these coming through, he's trying to have a conversation with Aethelwolf. And all of a sudden he just goes silent as he's starting to slur his words, but then all of a sudden voices in his ear. What? I hate to break this off, Color Sergeant, it's been a pleasure, but I think duty calls, I think. It's hard to tell over the chatter in my ear. But thank you for this conversation, and I hope you enjoyed the ale. And I get up and stagger my way up the stairs.
At this moment, Aethelwolf's like, oh, we're going to play another round of cards here. And then he's like, wait. And then he actually like fumbles around, like, you're like, what are you talking? And then he fumbles around for his microbead and puts it in, and like probably catches like the last 3 words of what the Maltner are saying, like, hey, what? So the rooks are going to be slightly delayed, but they'll show up eventually.
Fuck shit.
Nope. You alright over there, man?
That was just Scoogie coming up with shares, don't worry.
We'll give him a minute.
Vanderath will put an arm around Aethelwolf and be like, come on, Klaus, we're gonna Genestealers kill stuff. With a cigar in his mouth.
Like,
I'm curious. Are
I don't have my rifle.
the Einherjari coming, or is it just Scoogie? Because are you going to interrupt your lad's party, or are you just going to go handle it?
I'm going to interrupt only one of my lads' party, and that is my co-pilot. Right. I'm forcing him to come along with me.
All right.
You're proving yourself today, mister. Come on.
Exactly.
All right.
So,
yeah.
Don't need that sheet. All right.
Okay. So,
just for additional reference as well, the Sirens are not just walking behind these people. They are walking weapons drawn behind these people, not necessarily pointed at them, because they are not part of the threat. But they need to be ready for threats. So there's no more walking without gun in hand for the Sirens at this time.
All right. So, I'm going to move at the moment only one token over to the side. Let's see, which one's this? What?
Do you shift?
Actually, you know what? Fine.
Okay. Or when you do move, yeah.
The Maldian are going to draw, but not until they are outside.
Okay. Well, that's pretty quick. So, right now I'm just going to have this one token. So the scale on this is much bigger than it is. For reference, here is the Machinist Tower where you guys are currently stationed with your vehicles and everything.
Where?
Here's the bar. This building up top here. Yep. Here's the bar.
Okay, yeah.
Here's the bar. And down here is where the the logistician and all the other vehicles are currently stationed. You guys
I'm
are
not stopping for my dread boy. The dread boy can wait.
Yeah.
The Coloradicus will
best not to bring that anyways.
Yeah, the Coloradicus tank crew will go and rouse Invictus. I think enough time has passed that it's been fully repaired.
Yes, at this point, all vehicles would have been basically caught up to where they were last time. So in the case of Invictus, they are fully repaired.
And
that being said, I'm going to move...
Hold on. They will, once they get into the Machinist tower, they will, raise the alarm. And just kind of...
Okay.
So, let's see if I can do this. Okay. So, if this is one exit, here, kind of.
Yeah.
Invictus will.
This is a vague street map, so yeah.
Yeah. So Invictus will kind of take point, but a little bit inside the machinist shop, so to be a little bit shrouded.
Okay.
Well, I guess right. If you could move back a little bit, yeah. Right there.
Tabitha's going to get the St. Abigail's Promise as well.
Gotcha.
Okay. Right. So the two of you...
Yeah. Our vehicle crews are getting our vehicles.
Okay.
I'm just sitting here having the Sirens think to themselves, like, great, more loud things to be loud while we do a silent investigation. Good stuff.
So, meanwhile, everybody else who wants to come with Sirens are heading towards here.
I think my co-pilot would go with the Maldine to get their vehicle ready and ride along with them.
And Tabitha is going to, with the benefit of Maldine comms and an understanding of the logic of these cities, and probably access to local maps, position the vehicle probably about here, so that it's like out of sight, and far enough back that it won't have been really heard over all the many other noises of the city, including other vehicles. That way, it's ready to cut off the enemy in retreat without actually presenting itself to the enemy.
Okay.
Right where I'm...
Let me actually... Yes, I see that. Give me one moment. I'll just go ahead and... Let's do this and do this.
We got any small talk while we walk down the street?
Not from the PDF. They are being very silent right now.
That's probably...
You did just kind of accuse their son of being a Genestealer, so, you know.
Yes.
Evelyn, I almost called her Wilma. Evelyn is updating local guard forces, but notedly not local PDF forces of what's going on to have local guard forces on standby if this becomes something bigger.
Okay. All right, and Skoogie, where'd you say you were going?
So Skoogie will be going with the main group, but Leaf, the co-pilot, is going with St. Abigail's Promise.
Okay. All right, so just keep track of him being with them. All right. That's everybody for the moment. Okay, excellent. So with this, basically the vehicle crews are able to get their vehicles started, moved around, no problem. I'm going to say all of this kind of takes place concurrently with everything else that's happening. So the Sirens are being led by the PDF, the two PDF, as well as the Vanderath with the Coloradicus Infantry and Skoogie. Mm-hmm. Evelyn and the other Maldine, where are you guys?
They're at, like, they've sort of formed a outer perimeter around the moving group to sort of make it very clear this is a Maldine operation, and, like, just so that nobody gets spooked by all the armed outworlders, like, storming around.
Okay. Everybody who's in that main group, give an awareness. I'm going to say, a minus. Actually, let me make a roll real quick to see if you get any bonuses.
Remember, it's the middle of day.
Flat.
I don't think
flat roll.
That daylight is in this part of the city.
No, it's okay. It's quote unquote nighttime, but that just means the artificial lighting is slightly dimmer.
Good to know.
That's the wrong sheet.
Would Presence have any effect on this?
Yeah, that.
Not in this case. This is much more of just a general awareness of one's surroundings.
Okay.
Was there a modifier? Sorry, I missed that bit.
No modifiers.
Okay.
Does Tunnel Rat apply here, which is my Mining world characters gain +10 awareness and navigation surface while underground.
Not in this case, no.
Would would ale goggles help?
No, unfortunately.
All right.
The place does look a lot more beautiful than when you went into the bar. Ooh,
That is a moment.
yeah.
It's a 99, but I'm not wasting fatigue here.
Look, at least it's not me rolling the 99.
Okay. All right, good to know. So, with this, everyone is marching forward, and just as you're getting outside, getting to the apartment buildings, that's when Sergeant Evelyn, yourself, you get a kind of prickling sensation on the back of your neck. You feel like you're being watched.
Yeah, this is very familiar with with cities like this and knowing when something's not right.
It's third
this
shift,
is-
and I didn't see anyone on the street. Something's wrong.
Oh, yes. It's third
There's
shift.
sort of
You know where your kids are.
a tap on the microbead and very quietly be careful, we're being watched.
I go immediately from standing up to slightly crouched, and I'm going to try to stealth.
A tumbleweed, rolls through the streets.
That went about as I expected.
Quite impressive as well, considering that there's no natural vegetation in this area to cause a tumbleweed. But it still goes across the field. Across the road.
Yeah. All right.
We call them tumble shrooms.
Okay.
They fall from the ceiling.
A tumble shroom.mpg, just goes through the screen.
It's just a JPEG somebody has. They're just
Yeah.
clicking on the mouse and just kind of shaking it around the screen. Ooh.
Yeah. Mr. Dunn, you'll edit that in.
I'll try, don't worry.
Yeah.
I make no promises, but I'll try.
Ooh. I mean, it is spooky season. It is spooky.
There's a visible moment where, as the call we're being watched goes out, there's not like a big change in the Sirens' demeanor. It's just in sync. Both of them snap their revolvers open and load a different kind of bullet into the chamber and snap them closed.
All right. So, as you reach the front door, there's no one stopping you, no resistance or anything. The elderly man takes out a key card, basically swipes it at the front. Doors open, and you start making your way inside.
The Sirens are going to advance as though they are literally clearing a hostile building. They both charge in as though a flashbang just went off. One breaks left, the other breaks right. They pie the room properly, proper tactics and such.
I'll do you one better. The Coloradicus actually do have flashbangs. So they will...
I think the point is we're not flashbanging it yet. We're doing a quiet but tactful breach.
The Coloradicus will ready a flashbang, see the Sirens charge in, grumble to themselves, and put the pin back into the flashbang.
So, what you walk in on is kind of like a first floor, kind of like an open lobby area. There's not really anything, not really even anyone down here at this time. There's some couches in one area that's kind of like set up for recreation, meetups, that sort of thing. There's an area off to the side which seems to be sort of like a cafeteria, restaurant kind of area. And then there's the massive elevator in the middle, which is actually multiple elevators. basically able to take everyone up to all the different apartments on the multiple floors. There's also 2 staircases, one on either side.
Is there a directory?
Yes, there would be.
All right.
By the
we're
way,
gonna grab that.
It's yeah.
Samuel is going to, if there's anybody in the lobby, is going to announce guard action. Everybody remain in their homes until given the all clear.
Okay. The only person who's down there right now is there seems to be one person who's like a cook or something that was cleaning up in the restaurant area, and they just immediately just drop their racks. They just start walking up the stairs. They're like, okay, we're out.
I don't get paid enough for this.
This is a situation for the Sirens. The purpose of seizing the directory is every name on this list needs to be identified and checked. This whole block is under quarantine as far as they are concerned.
No one in, no one out.
No one in, no one out. Until we see every name on this list, no one's exiting.
Meanwhile, the old man is kind of rubbing his temples right now, like, oh, please, people, it's not that bad. Doesn't say a single word, he's just rubbing his temples. And then he just says, 7th floor. Goes up to the elevator, presses the button, waits for the lift to come.
The Sirens take the stairs.
By the way, Paul.
Yeah.
Would I be able to mobilize some other form of guard to monitor the ways in and out of this building? Because the Maldine actually do agree with the Sirens. At least this building is suspect.
You're going to have to basically put the call in to get like local Arbites to shut down the area. Alternatively,
no, specifically guard. If this is an active Genestealer cult, then we cannot rely on local resources.
Okay. That being said, then yeah, there would be the. Okay, let me put it this way.
Well, you end up
All
radioing
local
Ava Wolf.
Yeah, local guard in the area are all at the bar right now, or with their vehicles. Most of them are like logistics and support personnel. That being said, they are still trained.
I just need people with las pistols to stand at the doors and make sure that no one leaves without us knowing about it.
Yeah.
If they end up being a speed bump for an actual, like, cultist with real equipment, so be it. But they'll at least make it so that we know that somebody's making a break for it.
Yeah. Okay, so long story short, yes, there are extra guard that you can call in and basically... Yeah. Okay. With this, the lift comes. The Sirens are just walking up the stairs to the 7th floor. They don't know which one to go into at first, but the elderly couple step in, and they're like, basically just waiting for whoever's going to join them.
It's more of a sprint up the stairs, you know. This sprint, not quite the right word either. It is the hurried, ready action movement pace.
Okay.
Half the Maldine are going up the lift, the other half are following the Sirens.
Okay.
Same disposition for the Coloradicus.
Also,
the Coloradicus are still smoking their low stubs as they climb.
That's fine.
That's fine.
There's only one stairs, yeah?
There's 2 sets.
Okay. So we'll split the
specifically,
diff then.
Evelyn is leading the group going up the stairs. Samuel is leading the group going up the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So going up the stairs, everything is on both sides. It's uneventful, just walking up. Basically, they're like fire escape stairs. Mostly, they're not like proper, like large stairs, but they get the job done. Meanwhile, in the lift, it's just awkward silence the whole time. Much like the
What-
walk here, but more so because it's now a confined area. You have the smoke rising from the Coloradicus. Just awkward.
Question for Rasp.
Answer
Um,
from Rasp.
Would these lifts have like any sort of elevator music?
I don't know.
No. I don't think that the Maldine are really into elevator music.
That's a luxury. This is just a common workers' apartment complex. They don't have that kind of luxury.
Man,
There's just a slight hum of.
There's
As the
something that
lift
sounds
moves up.
like music, and then all the heads turn, and it's just one trooper who's like drumming their fingers.
Yeah.
fair enough.
Everyone reaches the 7th floor fairly quickly. I'm going to say that the Sirens are able to get to the 7th floor no problem. They were the first there. And then about 10 seconds later, the lift finally comes up, opens up, comes out. And again, the elderly couple are kind of sighing, like, why are we doing this? It's not a big deal. Trauma happened. Good grief. It's weird, but come on. But then they walk over to one of the apartments, 712 specifically.
Sirens stack up. One left, one right.
Colorado
And,
just kind of follow the example.
They'll gesture this time, like if you want to throw the flashbang, you can.
They're going to.
The man and the woman both just
Yeah.
kind of hold up their hands like, "You wait, it's fine. You sit here, it's no problem. Not like he's been waving a gun or anything. Good grief. Come on, just
By
talk
the
to him."
way, Samuel is ready to announce guard action, everybody stay in their homes, but is not yet.
Getting ready to grab the local intercom, basically.
Yeah, basically getting ready to grab the local intercom, but only after the apartment has been secured.
Okay, I will say about that is normally you would need to hack into it, but because you are Maldine, this is a local network, and you guys literally know everything about it. It's nothing. It's literally just the moment you're ready, just say the word.
Have your old people roll a convince. I want to go ahead. Be super nice. Let's see if we can disarm the flashbang throw.
All right, I'm gonna have the roll fellowship average, so 30. You know what? One of them is a master sergeant, and he really doesn't want his apartment to be
that's-
flashbanged.
That is fair. Unless, like, yeah, no, that's fair. Okay,
He's the one
well,
throwing the flashbang.
yeah. Almost regardless.
I like the idea that he's like, please, come on, it's not that serious. And as soon as he finishes saying it, like, Ayers looks at him and says, we'll make it 2.
Like,
And he grabs his own, his IFD, his little dragon that is also a flashbang.
okay.
Is that IFD? What did I call those feffing things? IHD, my bad.
Yeah. So the elderly woman is she's got her key card to get into the apartment. She's just like, just talk to him first. He's had a traumatic couple of days. Come on. And she will open the door, unlock it,
Oh, so I'm the
press
kick
it
down the door.
open.
I will say that.
Yes. I will say also, mostly for Aituyari, yes, the door does slide open.
The elevator door was also sliding if you got in the elevator.
Yeah.
This is a heretical place.
I missed the door. Darn it.
Fair.
I was with an aim too. I was just sitting there. I'm gonna hit this thing.
I will just say with the failure, it's just late. You were going to swing at it, but then the door opens and the whole breach action occurs before the
Yeah.
swing goes out.
All right. So
automatic doors.
are you guys legitimately rushing into this, or are you
Yeah, no,
Well,
this is a bang and breach. This is
okay,
actively.
so
Give me 1 second. Let me pull this up and find grenades.
The proper flashbang.
Photon trap. Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
I don't have photon. I don't think.
Okay, so toss it in, then close the door. Anyone within 15 meters of a grenade when it detonates must succeed an ordinary +10 agility test or be blinded for a number of rounds equal to their degree of failure.
Similarly,
okay.
we're using a flashbang would be like a traditional flashbang, which is it's a concussive one.
Yeah.
It's not the photon flash.
Yeah. If you have a photovisor, you are immune to the visual effect of it.
Yeah.
okay.
But so I think we'd all be immune to it because literally the protocol would be open the door, toss it in, close the door, and once it goes off, re-breach the door. I think is the fair.
Okay.
In this case, it might just be open door, throw, parties remain to the left and right of door, and then breach.
And obviously
slide
looking
open the
away
door.
from the door. Yeah.
No,
Okay,
close the door again.
so-
I want to break it.
Later.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I will say opening and closing it would take too long
Mhm.
for sliding. So it would be better to open door, throw grenade in, look away, boom, rush in.
Honestly, you can probably throw it in while the door is opening through the middle slat, and then it'll go off while it's still fairly closed.
We do the most efficient way to do this.
Yes.
Okay.
Does it hit anyone?
All right.
That's the actual answer to the question is, as we rush in, do we see anyone affected by it?
Well, first off, let's say who are going to be the first three people rushing in?
Eirs, Elee, someone else.
Yeah, the Vanderath, who is currently
Eirs, Elee, and Vanderath, give me strength checks.
Strength, huh?
Yes.
any modifiers, or just straight up.
I'll give you a +10 for this.
All right.
Is this a grapple or takedown in any way?
No, not really.
I am going to.
I wouldn't bother.
Okay.
So it's a +10.
Yeah, +10. This is much more of a narrative thing rather than anything mechanical that would actually affect anything. Okay, so the first three people are tangled up with an elder woman who were also in the way and are very confused as to why you're just rushing into their apartment right now. There's a loud crashing sound, and then a door to the side opens, and a young man in 20s so steps out, looks at what's happening, is like, what the heck is going on out here?
We shoot him.
All right.
At this
Ballistic
point,
skill?
the intercom has been commandeered, and the call to guard action, remain in your homes, has gone out.
Okay, good. Okay, yeah. 3 degrees of success. Just shooting in general.
So this is our reforestation.
No, it wasn't like a targeted shot.
Yeah, it's just a general shot, reforestation bullet. It deals 1 point of damage no matter what, and then has an added effect.
Yes. Right, and he's not wearing any armor, and he barely has any toughness because this is a civvy. Roll damage, I guess?
It deals 1 point of damage no matter what.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought it was 1 plus. And then, okay.
No.
Additional effect?
Crippling 5. If you attempt to do anything other than a half action, you take 5 true damage.
Yeah, so he goes down, tumbles over the couch, and is on the ground helpless. And he's just going, what the? Actually, I'm going to give him a toughness test. I am going to give him a toughness test, not to resist the effects or anything, but, he passes out as he hits his head on the coffee table. You don't have an unconscious civilian on your hands. What do you do?
All right. So the next step is place him in a...
You're not really grappled, but you are entangled with a whole bunch of people right now. Would you like to take some time to extract yourselves?
Sure. There will be time to he's down, so yes, there's time to extricate. In which case,
right.
the next steps after escaping the grasp of these PDF is set the man back up in a sitting position, tie up, quote unquote, restrain specifically, and then we will allow the little tiny burb we have to provide medical if the medic is not in here, which I think medic will be in here by that point.
The medic will be in there by that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the bird will be like hovering above the unconscious man, and then the medic.
The other thing to mention about this is these are very small apartments, because it's it's just tiny worker apartments. They're lucky that this is a single family apartment, and you can only get about 6 people in here with all the furniture and stuff. So just keep that in mind.
The Moldine are remaining in the hall, doing crowd control. Other than Evelyn, I'm assuming Eirs and Elee, the prisoner, that's 4 right there.
And Vanderath's also there.
That's 5.
And that's you do have the elderly couple. Would you like to push them out in the hall and get them away from this?
I think that may be part of the crowd control.
Okay. They are... I am going to say that they are resisting, but they can't really do much. So yeah, now what?
We're gonna let the lad get patched up. That 1 point of damage he took. There's currently like the best way to say it is, so the way this round works is it doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's basically a wooden bullet that splinters into fragments that make it really hard to move. So there's a considerable medical test of slowly getting all of these splinters out. Which is less of a difficult thing and more of a time-consuming thing.
Yeah, I think that Evelyn is just taking her time. And y'all can feed her questions without opening your mouths, can't you?
Yes. The only thing that we can, if we are sending a message, the only thing that's verbally heard is the chittering sound on the back of our neck.
She wants you to feed her the questions, and she'll ask the questions as she works.
And about this time, about roughly a minute after you guys flashbanged the place, got tangled up, and then he came out from one of the bedrooms. He was not even in the room. About a minute after he fell unconscious, he starts kind of stirring up.
He's getting blasted with some stim to wake him up.
Okay, yeah,
he is restrained, injected with wake the fuck up right now. Yeah, he's definitely in shock, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, he's still in complete confusion, like, what happened? What? And then he just kind of takes a moment, looks around the room. What's going on?
In Azres, Evelyn will state that he is being detained and questioned as part of a guard action potentially related to Xenos activity on the planet.
You're currently
He
being
kind of
detained
blinks-
for possible heretical involvement involving Xenos.
Yeah, basically.
He blinks for a moment and then replies in the local language of, "Okay, first, if you wanted to tie me up, all you had to do was ask. Second, I haven't been involved with any Xenos. The Greenskins were outside, and I haven't done anything to try to get the hell away from them."
Vanderath, being kind of aware what Genestealers are, is going to look for like any so he's tied up, right?
Yes. He is
Okay.
completely restrained.
And
He's having a bit of trouble breathing because he kind of got shot. Like, actually, where did the shot go?
Arm.
Arm. All right, yeah. He's kind of like trying to. If he ever like slightly moves his arm, there's like this shooting pain throughout like his entire body. So
his
he's not
shirt
moving.
has probably been removed so that Evelyn
Yeah.
can more easily remove the splinters.
Yeah. Well, and also remove his pants. Just Vanderath is going to be like searching.
This is forward.
Up and down to see if there's any marks.
He's looking for signs of taint on the taint.
Okay, great.
You know what? Yeah. Also,
Okay.
you can slip him his number afterwards. What?
Are you purple boy?
Okay,
Wow.
so Medicaid check.
All right.
I'm going to say Vanderath because you're looking specifically. You will have a Medicaid check, and I would say Evelyn, you will also get a Medicaid check because not what
do,
you check.
Can I do yeah, like literally anything besides Medicaid, which I
Would my diagnoster apply here?
Yes, it would.
All right, that's a
Roll,
plus
Janice.
10.
Diagnosis: splinters in the left arm.
Well, it will
Sorry.
also notice any abnormalities of his physiology.
I'm gonna
I would like
roll-
to assist,
Oh,
just as the
yeah.
Sirens being knowledgeable.
I mean, I'll take an
Okay.
extra degree of success on that if the assist was a plus 10. If the assist
would
was a
have
plus
been.
5, it would have just been the same degrees of success.
I think assists traditionally are a plus 10, aren't they?
If it's
Yes.
trained, I believe yes.
We are quite trained in Forbidden Lore Gene Stealers.
Yeah, so that's one of those things where it would apply. So, okay. So, you get the diagnoster out, and you kind of start scanning up and down his body. Vanderath, having taken off his pants and is assuming that there's got to be some sort of corruption on this person, there's got to be something that... The only thing weird about him is that there's a bullet hole in his arm right now. Other than that, he looks like a perfectly normal, clean human. Doesn't seem to be anything wrong.
Very
I think that Evelyn will just silently pass the diagnoster to one of the Sirens so that they can look at the readout and basically see that physiologically he's human.
So what you see is basically three points come up in the diagnoster. Number one, there's a bullet hole in his arm with a bunch of splinters. That looks very painful. Number two, there's some swelling on the back of his head, kind of around the cerebral cortex, medulla oblongata, basically base of the skull. It looks like that was caused about a week ago, and it looks like he probably had suffered a concussion. Is recovering from that now. Most likely took some blunt force trauma at some point, and but that's kind of an old thing. The other thing that the diagnoster recognizes is that, yes, his appearance is human by all accounts, and most of his biology, but there's a lot of abnormalities that are also appearing. And when it's headed to the Sirens, they can being organicists and being specialized in fighting against Genestealers, you recognize some of the sequences as, oh crap, that's Genestealer DNA.
So it's the silent communication that goes to the squad is essentially confirmation, yes, absolute, hated foe, thieves, stealers, robbers. And then it stops there.
And I think that the handoff of the diagnoster with that piece of information was a lot less see he's fine and more a lot more urgent but still equally silent handoff of there's something definitely wrong here that's outside of my wheelhouse, confirm it for me. Is very much the body language of the handoff.
Oh, there is one other point that was on the front of his head, where there's a slight cut and some slight bruising forming from where he knocked his head on the table. Forgot about that one. Thank you for reminding me. But yeah, no, the I will say for the Sirens at least, this man may not know literally anything about the Genestealers because this sounds like he was infected by a pure strain, and very recently too. So he may not be in the cult, but he is definitely infected and affected.
He will be joining the cult soon.
He might not be one of the cult, but he is of the cult.
He's going to feel the call and go towards them not long from now.
Yeah.
And I think Evelyn is just waiting for you to feed her questions to ask.
So I guess the first ones are quite simple. It's, where were you a week ago? What occurred that caused this concussion? What can you recall? What is the, it's the general quick, what region of the city where did you happen to be in at this time? Can you give an exact street? It's location-based stuff first.
Okay, yeah. Evelyn will go through all those questions for you.
Is Evelyn just kind of robotic asking? Is there like a
Evelyn
niceness? Are you trying to be polite?
Very casually asking it the way that, like, a medic might. Like, that's a nasty bang on the back of your head. Can you tell me how that happened?
Well, so the Greenskins had breached Gate 5. That's where I was living and working at the time. I don't entirely remember. I remember they broke through the gates. Evacuation was called. I was in a truck that got hit by something. And I don't know. I woke up a lot later. Don't know where I was or how I got there, but seemed fine. So I decided, come home. I mean, everything was overrun anyways. So.
And presumably you left that location on your own, yes? Do you know where it was?
Yeah. He will give a exact street name. And around Gate 6 is where. So he was near Gate 5 when he was knocked out, and when he gained consciousness again and started walking back, he was between Gate 6 and Gate 7, so he was fairly close to here.
She's just gonna make.
As for how he got from one to the other, he has no recollection whatsoever.
She's just gonna make. General, sympathetic noises, and I'm assuming he's responding to her in Azras.
Yes.
But she's at least making note for later to let the others know.
Yeah.
All right. I think that's that set of questions.
Let's see if I can do this.
I'm assuming there's like you give an affirmatory note that you've gotten an answer.
I think
how
it's
you finish that.
I think it's a tap on the microbead that you would recognize as, like, you probably wouldn't know the exact significance of it, but you would probably know that it's some form of I can't talk right now, but I've got you kind of thing.
God, I really want to ask this.
The next line of questions is a touchy subject, but you appear to have been recently breaking your cultural norms. Do you have a reason for this? All alien and like it's this is essentially how it comes through on the microbeat is more along the lines of this person has been breaking cultural norms recently. Why?
And I think the approach that Evelyn will take to that is your parents let us know that they're a little bit worried about how you've been acting, a little bit different than usual, asking questions that are a little bit strange. Are you feeling all right? What changed? Very much in the direction of your parents are worried about you, let me help put their mind at ease. And this is why Evelyn is doing the questioning and not the Sirens.
I actually half imagine that the Sirens they don't stay in field of view at all. Like they're both like posted up by the door at this point, like arms folded, observing at ready stance, but not like directly indicating that they are there, that they are intimidating. They're allowing the Maldine to do the Maldine thing.
Yeah. So what the thoughts you get is basically it's like, well, I don't know. I never like thought about like marriage and stuff before, but I mean, you're pretty cute. You interested? It doesn't matter. Anyways, but I mean, I nearly died. Makes a man think. What's in life?
Vanderath is gonna cut in a little bit.
Vanderath doesn't speak the language that he's speaking.
Yeah, right. His answer is in gobbledygook, so
yeah.
Well, he's just gonna say over the micro bead. Ask him what he wants to do at this very moment. Like, what is his primary desire?
All right, so how he's still responding to the first set of questions is what's the point of life? What is things might be set up? I didn't think it was anything weird, especially after I clearly nearly died and I have no memory of like nearly a day.
I can't. Sorry. What's the point of life? No. To serve the Omnissiah. If we can hear it.
I think that there's a little bit of a chuckle when he says that, and Evelyn will say something similar. It's amounting to serve your emperor and to serve your saint.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, but there's more to being a human than just those two things. You gotta get a family. You gotta get respectable. That's all part of it. Right? And then, does Evelyn ask Vanderath's question?
These, I have something queued up.
Evelyn will translate Vanderath's question into bedside manner speak and will ask so when we're done here, what is it that you'll be doing next?
Okay, see, that is a very important phrasing. Because the straight up answer would have been...
She's very much not
Yeah.
trying to make it sound like she's coming on to him, but
Oh, no.
also...
Yeah, no, it's... But I got an answer for the way you phrased it right there. Like, I mean, once you let me go, because again, there's no Xenos around here. What's any of that have to do with anything? But whatever, I guess.
There are no Xenos on Mauld, sure.
He knows they're green skins. He doesn't know anything about the G-Steels. Good grief. Anyways, yeah. I don't know. Try to find wife, settle down, maybe move to, I don't know, move close to home. He just kind of takes a moment. Like the thought hadn't crossed his mind at all, and then he's kind of like, yeah, one of the Hablocks around here actually sounds like it wouldn't be too bad. Be a lot safer than Gate 5 at least, where Grease kids could show up at any moment and explode. Apparently, he visibly shudders and then kind of tenses his arm.
I think Evelyn will say, don't do that, you're making it harder for me to get the splinters.
Yeah, sorry.
And yeah, is there further questions from anybody?
Yes, at this point, Scoogie walks in and asks you to ask him if he wants some mail. Because right now, Scoogie is holding his mug. He took his tankard with him this entire time. He's not about to let a good drink go to waste, and I'm sure he would offer some.
So there's just like, anyone else have questions? And Scoogie like stumbles in, ale. And presents the mug. At which point, I think, like, the Sirens are both reaching arms forward, like, don't.
Actually,
if he drinks from this cup, we will break this cup, is kind of the situation.
He'll actually kind of lean forward a little bit, like, yeah, actually, that sounds real good right now.
Keep still, please.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
And I give him my mug so he can take, or I actually let him drink. I help him drink from the mug as he has to sit still.
He's also tied up currently.
Yeah,
that's a fair point.
I can't do anything.
Yeah, no, I give him some ale to drink.
Oh, you waterfall it into his mouth. All right, that is an acceptable procedure.
I feel like we might be summoning a greater demon of Slanesh.
Vinny's not here. What are you talking about?
Anyways, does anybody have any other actual questions for the interrogation?
There's like there's a back and forth between Eirs and Elee that happens on the channel, because this is what happens whenever they do backs and forths. It's happening between their SCOGs. And it's something along the lines of catch and release, danger quotient, observed catch and release, ponderous.
I think
that was the whole conversation they had.
I think that Evelyn's going to finish getting the splinters out, and then is going to call Samuel in to sit with him and keep an eye on him, and step out into the hallway to let Eirs and Elee know what she found.
As you kind of push up, and he's like, okay, so what does any of this have to do with the Greenskins? Because I have nothing to do with them. I can assure you. The only thing that happened was they shot whatever truck I was in, and then, I don't know, I assume one of you guardsmen saved me, brought me into the place.
Ask too many questions, it's not the air that needs conditioning.
We need to discuss something. We need to discuss something, and I will be back with you in a few moments to talk to you a little more. But for now, I need to speak with my fellow guardsmen. And she'll sort of nod her head to go out in the hallway and talk out of earshot.
So the Sirens exit, leaving the rest in the room with the man.
Vanrath will exit and be replaced by one of the fire team.
Just to make sure there's eyes on him.
Yeah, there's also Samuel is also taking Evelyn's spot, so there's at least 2 guardsmen watching him.
Yeah.
I imagine the elderly couple also steps out or attempts to.
They were not let in.
Oh, good. I thought
You
they
kicked them
followed
out.
us in. All right.
No, they got kicked out.
By the way, is everybody in the hall complying with the remain in place order?
What people in the hall?
Is anybody coming out of their...
No.
Good.
No. Right now, the only non-guardsmen in the hall right now are the elderly couple who are basically pinned against the wall, guns pointed at them to make sure they don't try anything.
No, there wouldn't be guns pointed at them. There would be of the fire team, one would be facing one direction up the hall, the other would be facing the other direction down the hall, 2 would be flanking the door, weapons at the ready but not pointed, and barring entry for anybody who isn't entering as part of the investigation.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, in that case,
nobody's pointing any guns at them, but they'll also be firmly kept out of the room if they try to enter.
Yeah.
All right. So then we get our debrief. What you got there?
So Evelyn will go over the information that she was provided. Basically, he was being evacuated from the area. The vehicle he was in was disrupted somehow, and he fell unconscious and woke up in a strange location in the certain general vicinity. Missing. He said he was missing about a day.
Yeah.
Missing about a day of time, and that he claims that his unusual feelings were brought on by reflection on his life following the near-death experience, but the circumstances surrounding that experience are very suspect.
And we have diagnosticator confirmation on, and the Sirens were already aware of that bit.
And I think that Evelyn will, at that point, after relaying all the information, ask the question, is there anything that can be done for him at this point? Because she's a Medicae and she's not familiar with how this process works.
So this is where the answer is genuine, blunt, but there's a softness too. There's a tiniest hint. There is a whiff, a LaCroix's worth of softness to their voices, if you will. And it's essentially the only thing we can do for this person is what we do for all of our enemies. And the Sirens say that with the emphasis on it.
Question. Would this have been said loud enough and possibly within earshot of the elderly couple?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Both of them look to each other. The woman is much more visibly distraught than husband, but she nods. And he walks up to you. Nothing. He just has the one word as a question. Nothing.
So I guess the Sirens now realize, oh, right, this person's not aware of what we do.
Evelyn will drop into very comforting the bereaved tones and speaking Azres and say, there are still your son has been tainted by the enemy. There is still a way he can serve the Emperor, but not as himself.
How?
And she nods to the Sirens. They have means of taking weapons of the enemy and turning them back on themselves.
If you're speaking if you're speaking in common, it would be essentially, or Low Gothic, it would be, yes. Think of servitorization. It's probably applicable.
Yeah, she will draw the comparison to like a servitor, but through augmentation of the mind and not the flesh.
Yes, that's a nice way to put it.
And she'll also show them the diagnoster readings and point out all the things where he's starting to change as marks of the enemy. And
he takes a look at this, and his wife also takes a look at it. And again, they have another one of those silent conversations with a lot of ear and eye waggling between each other. And then he just says, already gone. I'll finish him.
There's a very pained expression on Evelyn's face. Not gone yet, but going. And there's nothing that I can do.
Deathbed, not grave.
Yeah, not gone, but going, and there's nothing I can do to prevent it. Nothing that anyone on this planet can do to prevent it.
With that, he very, very obviously kind of pulls away his coat, showing his sidearm, his last pistol, which, everybody would know that you'd be carrying, that sort of thing. He draws it, doesn't point it at anyone. Says, I will finish.
Vanrath is going to speak up and say, you mentioned that your daughter was also missing. Before we grant your son the Emperor's mercy, perhaps we can try to, ask him if he knows the location of your daughter.
Well, at that, the couple kind of shake their head, and the wife will say, she's been missing for about 2 days now. She went missing as soon as, right after he came back. I don't know if you would know anything.
And Evelyn will kind of motion for him to put the sidearm away and will state, that is your responsibility and your right as his parent and as a servant of the Emperor, but he may have one last service to perform first. And we'll look to Eirs and Elee because she's already thinking he might be able to lead us to the wider cult, and just sort of wants confirmation on that idea. She does actually say this in Low Gothic. She does say the thing that she just said in Low Gothic.
So Elee's the nice one because she's a siren and has been biologically augmented to be nice. So I think, on this being said, there is essentially the softest explanation Elee can offer is your son can still serve the Imperium and bring honor onto this world and her people and help drive the enemy away. But he would be shepherded by us, and we would be arbiters of his fate. Under our... It's like a brief pause where it's like, we could, under our care...
He actually holds up a hand. Not worth it. Not doing it. So, okay, if Eirs and Elee would like to make a logic check or straight intelligence, because this is much more of a logical question rather than a fellowship question. So,
and Evelyn will very much point to the idea of one final service, like, not an ongoing thing, just a...
This makes sense for how the conversation went.
Yeah. So, Elee has, like, no idea what's going on. Complete obliviousness, basically.
She's playing your son can serve. You should feel happy. This is as it is, and Eirs is the one who realizes the situation better.
Yeah. So, what Rasmus suggesting might go over. The idea of basically servitorizing him and put him under the Thrinos care, saying no, we're just going to give him the Emperor's peace, and basically they're like saying like, no, you are not going to make him one of your thralls, and Eirs recognizes that's kind of what they're getting at. But because it sounded like when Evelyn was saying, like, one final, it seemed like, okay, I'm listening. And then Elee kept going on to, like, yeah, he can serve us. It won't be, he'll be under our care, whatever. And they're just like, we're not having it. And this is definitely, both of them seem to be in agreement.
Right. As a player, I fully recognized and understood this. Elee did not.
Yeah. Oh, no.
As this goes.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But that's why I had the role to say, like, okay, do the characters potentially see this difference, or are they going to persist in this? Yeah.
So I guess this is where Eirs, like, it's the smallest thing. He takes one like micro step, and Elee glances. And there's again that like silent moment that perfectly mirrors what the couple does. And Eirs just like one final act. We will utilize our talents to obtain additional information, at which point, one way or another, the peace will be found.
With that, he nods, she nods, he puts away the sidearm. That's it. They both basically step aside onto the wall and just wait.
The question is, can I actually get anything out of this? If he's not aware of any actual intel, I guess he could be willfully forgetful of the intel, depending on how the brain is being affected.
He could be instinctively guided to the rest of the cult.
That's a potential.
Give me a Forbidden. I'm going to say Forbidden Lord Genestealer is not going to count in this case, but you will get a plus, let's say plus 10. But give me a straight intelligence plus 10.
From each of them, or just one?
It can be for both. Yeah. Four degrees of success. Okay. Eirs. Okay, this is actually why Eirs was able to come up with that, because they're the one who caught it.
That makes so much sense. Thank you, Dice.
He mentioned when the question of what are you going to do after this, and he just had the idea of, hey, I could move into this area, And he seemed to be focusing on that real hard. Like, oh, there's a place here that's really good to move to. That sounds like a great place.
Sounds like a hive.
And you don't know specifically because you're not from All Night or anything, but you can tell from the architecture around here, all the places are the exact same. All the worker houses are going to be the exact same style of apartment like this. There's nothing. There's no nice place to move to that would be any different from this one. So, right there. You don't have an exact location, but you do know he said somewhere nearby. It's like, oh, that could.
Okay. All right. So let's do a quick conversion. And, well, have him lead us to his dream home, at which point we can execute him on the doorstep to fulfill our honor-bound promise that we're making in this moment.
Okay.
Okay. So, conversion test of a civilian. Civilians plus 10. Time scale, 10 minutes, an hour. What feels better?
Probably 10 minutes. You want to get this over quick?
Fair. Okay. It's another 10. So we're at plus 20 right now. We have, I believe we have good brute force converters.
Yes.
Yeah. Our whole force has good ones, which is an extra plus 5. So we're at a plus 25 for the conversion.
Meanwhile, while this conversation has been happening, just message me about it. Skooky has been talking with the son, swapping relationship advice. And it's clear the son has no idea what to do when it comes to like hitting on a woman or anything. He's just like,
As made apparent by him trying to talk to Evelyn.
Yeah, it's very clear. Like, first off, he's kind of like, I mean, you know, in Malay culture, you're not straightforward with these kinds of things to begin with. I feel like, you know, you just kind of say. In one way, you just kind of straight up say it. Another way, you don't say anything at all. It's confusing.
Because
one thing you must know is that the fairer of our people, of your people in specific, are enigmas, even to me. However,
I know, right?
One thing you should know, and this helped me when I was home, a long time ago now. Just be confident in yourself. I was betrothed with the most beautiful woman. And I asked her one night as we had laid under the stars about why she chose me. And she told me that it was my self-confidence. That's what they want.
Fascinating. Yeah, I get it. One quick question.
Yes.
What are stars? Oh, right. The big things with the revolve around planets. Right. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot.
That's all good. You've lived on.
You can see them from your planet.
You literally live under a rock. I can let that slide.
So I have to mention this
about
because
this
it's
way.
relevant. Eirs' fire team slot is entirely filled, so Elee has to be the converter.
Okay. At this point,
I just think it's
Elee
fun.
then will be able to come in. Yeah. Elee will be able to come in at this point and kind of conversation.
So I think there's Elee sits down either across from or next to this tied up man, and indicates politely to the room, there will be no more conversation at this time. You may stay in here if you wish. That is all.
I'm staying.
Evelyn will remain in the room, but will dismiss Samuel back
Eirs
out to
stays
the home.
outside in this instance. So I guess technically a parent could come in. However, the warning is still prevalent.
They're not.
I figured not.
They're both staying outside.
Yeah, you don't want to see this happen to your child. This is not good.
Yeah, as far as they're concerned, their son died a week ago. That's just how they do it.
That's fair.
Daughter might still be out there. Son, he's been dead for a week. Okay,
so it's very slow recognition, everybody like loads up. The door is semi-barred by someone standing in front of it, probably Eirs, because that's kind of how the Sirens do. The silence kind of takes, and
seeing the Siren come in, the Coloradicus trooper is kind of going to raise an eyebrow at Elee and be like, "Man, I need to take another smoke break."
and exit the room to not view this heresy in his mind.
Yeah, GTFO.
Fair.
And is going to say it
Bad
loud
for your
enough
health.
so like everyone else kind of gets the message.
Does the doctor want to observe an up close conversion?
Evelyn is in the room.
Okay. I just was wondering if you were going to do like proper like surgical observation mode.
Honestly,
So as
that'd kind of be cool.
yeah,
And like let me add this to my scientific journal of what the fuckisms is this.
Scientific Journal of Things Coloradicus can sciat. No, sorry, grumble at.
Both.
Okay, while this test is
with
going
this-
on, Scoogie would lean over to Evelyn and just whisper, "What's happening? I'm at a loss here."
Oh, you're also staying in the room?
Yeah, I'm staying in the room.
He was just
Okay.
talking to the guy.
Yeah, I was.
Oh,
Yeah, I was having a great
I didn't
conversation.
know if he was
with the
leaving.
kid.
And then
Yeah.
Evelyn will say, very, resigned, what needs to be done.
Okay.
So the kid.
You're
the
a
kid is
soldier.
looking-
You should understand what that means.
Yes. Yes. No, I would understand.
The guy's looking basically at the three remaining in the room. It's like, okay, so he's actually going to try and take a bit of Skoogie's advice to try and impress the lady in the room. It's like, okay, so I've already said that I have nothing to do with the Greenskins. They're the only Xenos that have been in this city in ever, I think. So, what is there to talk about? What is there to interrogate?
So
why
sitting
am I still tied up?
Yes, sitting across from the lad. At this time, Elee will say, commandingly, "Eyes front, please." And then there's
Wait, are we
the
gonna
conversion.
try to figure out like where his sister is, or is this
Oh, I mean, we're gonna root out the whole cult. If she was taken by the cult, she'll turn up. All right. If she wasn't taken by the cult, well, that's not our issue. That's very blunt. If I was playing any other regiment, I'd probably look more into it.
Oh, dang.
Oh,
So, with a 24, unfortunately, that's one under the threshold I was going to set for his willpower. You say eyes forward, and he just goes, "No." And he looks specifically at, like, there's like a painting of the Emperor on the wall. He just looks specifically at that. No. staring like right past Air's head, just looking Elee's head,
Elee's.
just straight, yeah, looking right past
Evelyn
Elee's head,
will-
right at the Emperor at the wall.
Evelyn will track his eyes and will, in Ashras, state, "Do as she says. It is the best way for you to serve him."
So he doesn't actually have to look front, but it's fun.
Okay, oh crap. Okay. My chair leg has come disconnected again. I apologize.
Oh dear.
That's
It's kind
fine.
of distracting. But yeah, 89. He listens. He listens to the Evelyn, and just kind of sighs a little bit, but was like, "Okay, eyes are forward.
And this is so what now occurs is the conversion of a person. I've went into some small detail before, but we'll reiterate it in this moment because this is a very hands-on, very very close-up, and very neutral slash allied force conversion that is not done by accident of people chugging a drug that they shouldn't have chugged. So what kind of follows is Elee has to lean forward closer to the man, and her head kind of tilts downward a little bit to give more access to the S-cog on the lower back of her neck, where any observers can witness a spike actually starts to grow out of its back. It's hard to tell if it's made of bone, chitin, or some other substance, but it definitely appears sharp. At a certain point, it reaches a length. It doesn't take long, a few seconds perhaps. This probably makes sense to the people who've watched the Sirens in action because they do like these sprint tackles quite often, that they probably break them off mid-run a lot of the time. And that's what happens. Elee reaches back behind her neck and snaps off this little spike. The entire time, her gaze, which is masked, obviously, she doesn't remove her mask for this. She could, but that's be a little rude for the observers in the room because they could fall prey to it. It's a perfectly mechanically even stare at the man into his eyes. It's like being looked at by a statue, basically, especially with the non-moving visage of the mask, and then even the eyes that you could see in the goggles vaguely don't appear to move or even blink during this. And then it's the equivalent of, it's the preternatural speed of the Sirens. It is like seeing a scorpion strike with its tail, or a viper uncoil. Her right arm, now holding the spike, just lurches around and stabs into the back of the man's neck, right about the same spot where the S-cog on her neck is living.
And I'm going to pause right there because he needs to make possibly 2 rolls.
He is restrained.
Dang. He is. The first one was awareness to see if he can recognize what's about to happen, and if a certain instinct might kick in.
That's fair.
In this case, unfortunately, his brain recognizes what it is and starts shouting, "Get out of the way! This is the worst thing possible! Oh no, they're going to do this to me! Oh no!" And it's almost like this, in the back of his mind, there's almost this perfect recollection of what is actually about to happen, but he recognized it way too slow. Sirens are way too fast. Sorry, it's way too fast, and stabbed. Continue.
All right, and then what will follow is, it's basically his whole system goes into shock briefly, like all of his muscles like tense and untense as this thing kind of establishes a signal link. And then, because this is a slow conversion, a very careful one, the next 10 minutes are basically just silence as the two just appear to stare at each other. And you can just vaguely hear the chittering and clicking of the S-cog at the back of her neck throughout the entirety of the procedure. And it's obvious that this is a very slow and careful method, because again, the Siren Superior and the Siren have both been on the field before and have done this in moments to other enemy forces. So there must be something that is recognizable as a certain extra amount of care that goes into these kind of things. And now I will finally make the roll, and possibly use fatigue.
Target 97, roll 56, 5 successes.
Just barely. Just barely.
Yeah, only just.
So,
your chin.
5 or more successes. The target has full capability as if they decided to switch sides of free will. They join your squad until they perish in battle. Or, in this case, they will perish after completion of their next thing on the Siren's honor. So the link is established. Their personality is not degraded. They are still their own person. but they now have an understanding, a position, a role, and follow the commands of Sirens. At which point, Elee will announce its completion as, I have a new harlot. Untie him. Because that's how she refers to her thralls.
With that, because as far as he's aware, nothing has happened. Nothing's different. Everything's the same. He does blush very heavily at just being called a harlot, and he kind of looks away a little bit like, so forward. I mean,
that's how we are.
I take my great axe.
I hadn't noticed you were so, beautiful.
He says to the person who is like covered head to toe in gear, and you can't even see a feature on them.
Yep.
Yeah, I take my.
It's definitely kind of a moment where she just softly pats him on the head, in the exact same way. For those who might scrutinize it, that she did the Valkyran's shoulder in the bar earlier this evening.
Evelyn will grimace and say over the microbead, "Let's hurry up and get this done."
Of course, efficiency. And then they'll cut him free and just basically.
Oh, I was about to cut him free with my great axe.
Oh yeah, you get to cut him free. Go on, you were talking.
I cut him free, tap him on the shoulder, kind of somberly actually. Well, that's where confidence gets you. And I walk out.
Wow, this is a new feeling. I don't even know what I did. Great.
All right, and then the next thing that'll happen
right now.
Oh yeah, is Elee will essentially say, "I would like to know where in this region you care to settle down." And after saying that, she will then say, "But beforehand, I would like you to." And this is a moment where she has to think about it for a second. Yes, the parents have already declared that they no longer care for the child, but she will ask, and this is something that would sound incredibly weird if you were asking a person that wasn't a thrall, obviously.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It would be like, I would like you to proclaim your love for your parents and wish them goodbye for the evening, and then we shall depart.
Now that his hands are free, he tries lifting up his left arm, and it's still very painful right now.
It's hurting, but it's not causing him extra damage.
Yeah, he kind of raises his right hand to kind of puts it against his mouth, like, things are moving so fast. Wow. Okay,
I think that Evelyn would have actually put it in a sling. Sorry, I wasn't pressing my push to talk.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. It's going so forward so fast. Okay. Yeah, no, there's a wonderful building. It's not too far from here. All of the apartments are 1 square meter bigger. It's phenomenal. So much living space in there. It'll be perfect for us, you know? Yeah, I take you there right now, no problem. Yeah, it's just down the road.
And she just nods and, waves an arm, and then obviously Air steps out of the way of the door, and it just that's the progression.
He kind of stands up. Do I need to grab my things? You know what? No, it's fine. We'll just go there. Yeah, we'll just
later.
Right now.
She will actually just say the word later.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Let's go right now. Walks outside. Sees the two parents, both with very stoic faces. They don't look particularly grim or anything, but he walks up. Dad, I found her. I found the one. Finally, I love you. I love you guys so much. It's so. Thank you for everything. I'm turning everything around. It's gonna be great. Yeah, it's gonna be wonderful. We're all gonna join up. It's gonna be a great, big, happy, wonderful Hive family. And then he just starts walking.
You did say Hive family, right? That wasn't slip of the tongue.
Yeah, no, that was not slip of the tongue. He accidentally said that. He didn't even recognize he said that.
Perfect.
And then he starts walking out. He just starts walking. He's so enthusiastic and so happy right now. He's taking the stairs.
Evelyn will give them a grim nod as she passes.
Vanarath will
they return it.
struggle to meet their eyes, but will nod at them as well.
Elee obviously follows immediately with the guy, but Eirs will stop and turn mechanically in front of the two and offer the sign of the cog and says, "On our honor, we will take care of this. His service ends tonight."
They both would return the cog.
Evelyn would over microbead, or actually, honestly, not even over microbead, would ask if she should pass along the order to lift the lockdown on this building or leave it in place for the time being.
Keep it in place.
I would say, from the Sirens' knowledge, it's unlikely at this stage he would have spread the infection, but there's also a possibility that whatever infected him might have gotten someone else randomly as well.
Building is to remain under observation, but not quarantine.
Yeah.
Is how they respond. Procedure is observe, not quarantine, this building.
Evelyn would pass along that information. I'm guessing like all the guard logistics folks would breathe a sigh of relief and go back to their duties, leaving just a few observers on the building.
Yeah, there were like 3 per door. Now there's two of them walk away for each door. There's 1 left. Basically, just observing, kind of keeping low profile. Yeah.
The Coloradicus will still keep like high alert on the machinist tower, just because that's where everyone is.
Oh yeah. The guard facilities have been notified of a potential Genestealer infestation. Nobody is getting in and out of the guard facilities without being cleared.
Yeah.
It's just in this case, this hab block, this apartment building, is being lifted of its quarantine because of the circumstances, but is being requested to still be observed by local guard forces in case of more suspicious things occur.
Yeah.
But the goal right now is, obviously, we know there is the true den is nearby. We will be moving towards the true den.
Yep.
Evelyn would also have passed along that we have confirmation of an infection to the higher-ups.
Yes. The wolf receives the details that there is a confirmed Genestealer outbreak in the city, and we are currently moving on to its suspected origin point.
Nathan Wolf will respond. Need any additional help there? Cool. I've got special snipers set up around the towers.
Keep observation on Hab Block, and Evelyn lists off the designation.
And
designation redacted for Imperial Records viewers.
Well,
this building right here.
Yeah, but also Evelyn is having the snipers observe the block that the Sirens said, don't quarantine it, just observe it.
Yeah. Well, right now, there are several Rook snipers basically monitoring all buildings just in case. They weren't putting particular emphasis on this one originally, but now they're just kind of keeping an eye on everything, and now a couple of them are focusing on, as that is where you guys are all headed.
Also,
right now.
Tabitha will be bringing the vehicle around the corner, similar positioning, just a little ways out of sight, out of sound.
Mm-hmm.
Eirs and Elee will be discussing over local channels and their weird alien chittery noises the merits of just having the Rooks sight in for an artillery strike on the building they're investigating.
keep in mind that there would be hab levels above this and hab levels below this. This is mid-hab right here.
I feel like they still have that conversation, even if it's not a feasible solution.
You can always pull out a couple of the basilisks and have them, have their right in line,
Yeah, they could fire over open sights, but they couldn't bombard the position.
Yeah.
I think that will be the merit that is being discussed. Should we prepare a nuclear option? And it is purely for the specific scenario in which this is an efficiency merit, right? Better to sacrifice a siren and eliminate a whole hive with an explosion than to fail to eliminate the hive and lose the siren.
I agree. What?
Yes, they agree as well.
Yeah, everyone is in agreement.
In agreement, then.
Just heard nuclear and I got excited.
So yes, I think there will be a brief discussion of, hey, potentially be ready to destroy this entire building for everybody, and then the sirens will continue to take point on this investigation with Loverboy and Elee in the specific lead.
All right. So, as you approach the building, I would like all player characters give it awareness again. I will say, Evelyn, you will get a extra +10 on top of your hearing.
Oh, hearing and an additional +10.
Would an Auspex help in any way?
Auspex at this point might actually help, yes.
All right.
I'm going to push mine.
How would it help?
Would the heavy rescue team also get those bonuses?
No, they would only get +10 for good hearing, or for a natural hearing. As for the Auspex, you'd be able to identify possibly heat signatures, possibly movement in the local area.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly even you might hear
not
something.
Rolling good.
Will that be a plus thing?
Yeah, with the Auspex, I'd say +10.
Okay, great.
Oh, dang. All right. Okay. So, what our characters can recognize? So, let's see here. Yep. All right. So, Skoogie notices, and Evelyn notices. Evelyn's kind of a little late. Evelyn notices from kind of what's around here is that there aren't a lot of civilians that are supposed to be out right now. In fact, they're not supposed to be any. You do know that there's occasionally going to be some kid who's trying to break curfew because it's school, or there might be some vagabond of some sort who's just kind of wandering the streets and doesn't even know that anything's happening. But you get the sense that there's more eyes on you than before, and they're not coming from people looking outside of their buildings. You kind of get the same sense as well, but you also get a sense that there are other in the building you're approaching. And Sergeant Vanderath and the Coloradicus, there's quite a bit of movement on the building you're heading directly towards, especially on the first floor, and kind of moving down into what would be considered the quote-unquote basement. You kind of lose things as to what's actually going in the basement. It's not a lot of good fidelity, but on the first floor especially, be a little more movement with things.
See a lot of curtains billowing.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of curtains billowing. A lot of residual heat.
Can I tell anything about with a critical freaking success?
Yes.
can I tell anything more about, if they're armed or anything?
I'm going to say that from what you see and observe, no, but from kind of like how things are moving in there, they could be very well setting up for an ambush.
Combat formations are happening inside this building. Of this, you're
Yeah,
sure
there's, like-
because of your training as a Coloradicus soldier.
Yeah, there's like, especially like one part, you'll see like there's a heat signature. It looks to be kind of a humanoid shape, but then it kind of seems to like shift something, and then suddenly half of it is gone from sight, and you kind of put together real quick. Things flipped over a table.
By the way, could St. Abigail's Promise navigate, basically, could I get a big gun aimed at the back door with careful maneuvering?
Yes. So basically the main entrances would be up here, which is kind of like the front. It's like the main lobby area. Here is kind of like a side entrance.
I figure
And
the
back
rooks
here-
are covering that one.
Yes, they would be. And then back here is what we would call the back. It would also be, actually the tank would probably be able to get through. Wouldn't be too much maneuvering, because that's also a place where vehicles can come in and out. So there's like a giant
And it
garage
would-
door back there.
Be specifically down this alley here, and starting to come up this alley, but hanging back still.
Yes. So I will say you can maneuver without too much problem, but I would, and it's going to be weird, but I would like a stealth check to see how well hidden you are from sight in that area. So if you have anything
Alright.
for like take camouflage or that sort of thing, that would apply here.
I don't.
I've pictured it now. Obviously, Elee's in the lead with this group that are approaching the building.
Could I argue the fact that this kind of looks like an industrial vehicle would apply? Like, it's
I would
got a
say that this-
dozer blade.
Yeah. I will say that it can kind of blend in a little better. So plus 10. But it's still kind of weird to see. Why would that be parked right there? Okay.
I'm glad I had the plus
apparently there's a
10.
bit of. Yeah. Apparently there's a good reason why there's a tank with a bulldozer in the front. Okay.
Must be because Leaf's taking a smoke break.
So, this is just for added flavor of perspective. Elee is obviously the head of the group in this sense, walking alongside her new companion, her harlot, if you will. And her revolver is drawn. It is pressed behind her back in that, like, hitman style, hiding the gun kind of thing.
Yeah.
And her left arm is firmly wrapped around the top of the man's shoulder as they approach this building. And I'm going to let you know right now that the second anything happens, this man is her body shield.
All right.
On my critical success.
Yeah. Starts throwing flash grenade charging a suspected building. Okay, so I will kind of say that is viable, except for basically what you're looking at is like the glass for like the front, and then there's giant double doors. You will need to open those before you can do anything. So you got a little time to kind of like set up before you do a full breach, flash grenade, and everything.
By the way, my fire team,
unless you want to literally just charge in.
my fire team would have
Yeah, go ahead.
recovered their combat shields from St. Abigail's Promise as we passed each other at the corner.
Okay.
Just so that they can
Yeah.
actually use
Yeah.
their special ability.
Also, I would be passing on what the Auspex picked up like if it looks like they're preparing defensive positions / an ambush, I'd be passing it on to the rest of the platoon. Being like, hey, this looks like we might be walking into something.
And I left my camellia line cloak at home.
Mm-hmm. And in the Coloradicus mind, it's like, well, better to spring the ambush before it's fully ready than, wait for them to spring on us.
I would say that my forces with the combat shields would be at the front of the group in that case.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I will say, as you guys are approaching, I'm actually going to give them a... Oh, Lord, this is going to be terrible. Okay. They cannot keep their cool. So as you guys are approaching and you're about 10 meters from the front, suddenly a burst of las fire just come out, breaking all of the glass windows in the front direction as several las shots are just fired off randomly. No one is going to be hit by this, but roll initiative. And let's see, I need to pull up the turn order. There it is. Okay. I also need to...
Hell yes! Evelyn thinks back to not so long past Warzone, where her squad was ambushed in the desert by professionals, and just sort of chuckles under her breath. Worst ambush I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
There's some old...
delete.
Yeah.
Yep. Alright, I think this is them. Yep, I'll be them. Alright, sort. Okay. So with this, we have entered combat. You guys are currently about 10 meters out of the building. I will say, if you would like to jump through the windows, which I've just broken, it will be an athletics check, but you'll be able to get inside and still have an action. Or you can breach the door, but that's basically going to take your whole turn right now to kind of breach, flashbang, and all that. So,
yeah, I'll take an athletics check on the heavy rescue team.
Okay, that is to get inside. If you want to like throw grenades or anything, but yeah,
You cut out there. To throw grenades, you
Can.
okay? Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Will,
So basically, if you would like to fire in or throw grenades or something, you will have two actions. If you would like to get inside, your ways are to take a movement action, which will require an athletics to basically get through the window inside the building and preserve your last action, or you can basically bunch up and breach the door, but that is going to take both actions to do.
I think that with their shields, they can't really climb up and over, so they're at the windows, but they're not inside. And they're gonna fire from here.
Okay.
All right.
Basically, they ran to the front and was like, "Okay, we're gonna hop over." They saw their shields. Never mind, we're gonna stay here.
will
short
throw
range,
a
medium range,
short. Yes, Coloradicus are
Grenading.
Grenade with a mixture of flashbangs and frags.
Okay, that will occur on your turn.
Gotcha.
But definitely something you want to announce to everybody first.
Yeah.
All right. Where's the fog of war? There it is. Reveal area. Okay. And I'm going to kind of...
I'm just moving Samuel's token over here to track ammo.
Okay. I'm actually going to move guys down here a little bit. So we'll put Vanderath over here.
Mm-hmm.
Here. Let's see. Which one's Samuel?
That's Samuel.
Ah, there we go.
And they
Alright,
would be
there's
right
probably
up
just me.
against the, like...
Yep. There we go. Yep, there we go. All right. So,
And is the loading dock back here?
yes.
They're gonna come up, aim the anti-air laser directly at the loading dock door, and basically anything that comes out of there is having a bad time.
Okay. Let's see. I should be copying these right now as well. Copy. Because you do have vision on most of the things. That and that are going to be there. Paste there. Paste here. And that is all you guys can see at the moment. Okay.
Make sure you keep track of which one has the initiative so that you don't, like, put it on the map layer when it gets killed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's see, which one is that? That's this one. I'm going to make a mark by it, a red mark. That does not mean anything. It's just the initiative one. Okay. So you guys open fire. Unfortunately, you weren't hit anything. They cover right here. This is a table. We're abstracting a lot of this out. This is a table. They flip over. This one is also flipped over this table. This one is just running in the background right now. They're exposed. But yeah. What would Evelyn like to do right now?
Evelyn is going to
Also forgot.
hang back for now, just in cover.
Okay.
And
so, like, where you are right now isn't really cover. It's basically just an open street.
I
But,
guess it
if
would
you
be
come up,
cover
like,
behind the heavy, behind the shields.
Okay.
Cover by
So I'll
proxy of
say,
shield men.
Yeah.
I'll say that is viable. You could also, like, basically anywhere along the front here. You could basically there's like a thick wall and then there's the window, so you could like crouch down and be covered by that.
Yeah, that's kind of what she's doing, and she's just gonna suppress one of the groups with her las pistol.
Okay. Please select the group.
It's gonna be the group that's running in.
Ooh. Okay. Let's see. That is willpower, correct?
Yep.
Ooh, no. They get to about. I'll just abstract it out. They'll get to about here and immediately drop to the floor. Okay. With that, it is Eirs and Elee.
Ah, yes, of course. Well, I have thought of something absolutely atrocious. I recognize what I am about to suggest is quite bad. However, this is war, and there are obligations to fill. I would like Elee to please hand a grenade to her thrall and ask him to run in with it.
Whoa.
Ooh. Okay. I mean, there's no resistance to this.
This could go very wrong.
There we go. Okay. Let's see. First, give me just roll your luck stat. Basically, he's normal human. So it would be target 30.
Target 30. So he's basically 30s across the board. That's normal human.
Basic average human is 30.
Okay, he's got a couple of rerolls. We'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
Well,
Hmm.
I mean, all else
So-
fails, he can throw it. Is the difference
Yeah.
there?
So what would be happening with this roll? I'll let you know, and then you can decide if you want to roll. Is basically he gets up to the window, his lower legs get tangled up, and basically he just smacks. He tips forward. He could still throw the grenade, or he's going down with it. But he just kind of like smacks into the window and just kind of tips forward, falling in rather than actually like leaping in.
Can I have Elee give him a lift?
There's not really any reason to preserve his fatigue. If this works, it works one time. So
yeah, and it's also fulfilling my obligation to make sure that this is his final night of service.
Yeah.
That is the primary reason why I've suggested this course of action to 2 birds, 1 stone. Kind of literally. So on his struggling, we're going to have him re-roll, but I'm going to state it that Elee is also going to move up to give him a leg up.
Okay. I will say you can re-roll with, let's say, +10. So, target. There we go. And so, yep. And he would still have movement technically, or all right. Actually, he will need another athletics to get over the cover. So this is like a table that's in cover right now. So, I mean, he can run up to the cover and drop the grenade, or he could try to like leap over and try to like get more that way.
Yeah, shouting for the Emperor at the top of his lungs because he's compelled to.
Yeah.
We're going to have him try to jump it. And I mean, on failure, like the grenade's within range. They just have a little bit of cover.
Yeah, basically it's reduced damage if it fails.
Right. And he's still got some fatigue in case. It's not the best chances, but, you know.
All right.
Give it another go.
Need to spend some of that fatigue.
All
Let's
right.
say he'll get, I guess what would it be? 4 rerolls? 5? Let's say 5 rerolls. So you're at 2 right now.
It's 3.
Oh, right. 3. Yeah. Sorry. Ooh.
One more try. If
One
not,
more.
he's just going down right there.
Yep.
So sad. All right, that's it.
All right. Roll.
he would have one more reroll because it was regular roll, reroll, regular roll, reroll, reroll, reroll. He has one more before
Oh,
he
yeah.
has.
Oh, right. That's my
Yeah,
bad.
that's
Okay.
right.
For some reason, I was treating it as if the second athletic test was rerolls already. Fate's not here for him.
Nah.
He gave it his best.
So roll damage from your grenade though.
And here's where I roll 2 damage. My bad.
17.
17. All right. So some of that is absorbed by the cover. But that being said, they started with 10, and there's definitely fewer than 10 Genestealer cultists.
And it would hit both these groups, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. 3 and minus. Okay. Did take quite a few out with them, but let's see. Was it a failed athletic roll?
Here you go, guys.
This. Okay. One more roll from him. This will be basically it'll be a luck roll, and it's a very low chance of survival.
I mean, to be fair, it's the little Drake, so I guess he does have a chance of survival if the Drake somehow directs its scales not towards
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
What do you want me to put the chance at? What's the target number here? What's his luck like?
Say 10.
All right. Nope.
Nope.
By the way, if he'd have
unfortunately,
lived that, it would have been such a hard thing to then ice him later. Oh my god, it would have been epic. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, he has performed his service. He took out several of his cultist friends who he didn't even know he had. And
All right.
Vandereth.
I mean, I
Oh,
still
wait.
got Airs.
Sorry. Airs still has his move in action.
So that's a move up adjacent to Comrade, obviously. How's the distance looking ish?
My shots were short range from the same position.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if that's short range, that means they're in range for the UMUCD,
much-
which is
yeah,
what
pretty
he's
much
going to
count
fire.
Pretty much all count that at short range.
They made willpower rolls earlier, didn't they?
Yes, they did. They're terrible at it.
Ah, great. So we're going to fire a Veil cartridge at the two groups right there, because it's a cone.
Okay.
So that's a willpower check. The Veil is a cartridge that releases the stunner pitch that causes lapses in spatial awareness and nosebleeds. God, you and your
Okay.
willpower. You are always great at it. I swear.
Can I just point out that
Pass,
these
fail.
are Genestealer cultists that originated as Maldine. They have very sensitive ears. And
That's-
this is
that
a
is
sonic
true.
attack.
This is a sonic attack against Maldine.
That is very true.
You know what?
Let's see. That's
If you convert that to a fail, we'll make Rasp make a test for Evelyn.
oof. Yeah. No, I think. Yeah. I'm going to say that's a fail. That's less than 5. Yeah, that's only 4 points off instead of 5. So I'll count that. I will count it as a fail. But that does mean that Rasp. Yeah. Please give one to
I'm
Evelyn.
fine by this.
Yay.
Let's
She can
see.
now be mad at us again for another thing.
Is it just gonna be flat willpower?
Yep, it's a flat willpower.
All right. Don't have anything in particular that would apply here.
It does not get worse the more degrees of failure. It's basically a one-turn KO. Because nosebleed and loss of awareness.
Yeah. All right. So each of these, basically, -1 and -1.
I need to requisition some kind of ear protection. That's what I need
Yeah.
to do.
Well, just think, it only happened because you were like right next to the shooter. But yeah,
Yeah.
fair point. All right, that's the turn. We did a grenade. We did a good old stun. We're set.
All right. Vandereth, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to throw the frag grenades and the flash grenade.
All right. Where are you throwing them?
Here, well, shoot.
Okay.
Here-ish.
Okay. Both of them are going there?
In the general area, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So I think I get bonuses for like point target. to throw.
Actually, in this case, yes. Actually, yeah, we would want that first, and then they give the agility to see if they can get out of the way. Because these are being thrown, so they have a better chance to actually get out of the way, like the one that would just rush forward at them.
I'll do. Hold on. Please.
Still there?
Yeah, I just needed to get
Okay.
some stuff.
All right. Well, what you looking up? Maybe we can help.
No, I just was okay. Here we go. So 10. Okay.
Who dang. Okay. So in addition, I'm just going to say with that, 5 degrees of success, I will give them an agility each. Oh crap. Okay. All right. So this first group is perfectly fine, but this group is, in addition to being concussed from the sonic blast, also gets blinded by the flash grenade.
Shit.
Yep. Ooh.
Well, this is
Would
gonna
you
be
like
fun.
to spin? Would you like to spin fatigue?
You know what? I actually kind of want to see what the scatter does.
Then roll scatter.
So, number of dice would be 4, right?
Yep.
For degrees of failure.
Yep, for degree of failure. Gives
Yep.
another.
Is it? Yeah.
Yes, grasp. Yes.
Ooh. 2. So that would okay. So I was kind of aiming like here-ish.
Yes, you're. Yeah. So
go like there.
But it's long.
give me.
It's bounce time. You bounce off the wall.
11
Yeah.
meters. Not quite, but yes.
give
This
me a-
map's not scaled.
Yeah. Give me a luck roll though.
I'm gonna roll off the Vanderes.
And this is literally going to be just a 50-50 luck.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it fell to the wrong side of the table, so they get soak up most of the blast.
You want me to roll the damage just for kicks and giggles?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll the damage because it might get a little something.
Yeah, I damage, brother.
Okay. So that's the infantry team. What's Vanderrath doing?
Vandereth is gonna move towards where everyone else is kind of stack up.
Okay. Basically, you guys are all stacked up against the window. I'll say the door is down here. Nobody wants to try to breach it though, so
Not yet.
Well,
wait,
it just happens to be a sliding door, and Spooky's up next.
Hold on.
yes.
With the okay, so the Genestealers that failed, they are stunned
Nice.
by for 2 rounds.
Yep. I'll say these guys are basically out of combat at this point because they got so much stacked
Yeah.
on top of them.
Stunned and blind.
So you still have
these
one other
ones
action.
will no longer be suppressed when it comes around to their turn because Evelyn's
Yes.
out of it now.
They are pro.
Yes. Well, yeah. Vanderrath still has one action.
Gets cover.
Takes cover
that's just-
harder. Got it. He ducks.
Okay,
So
duck.
he cannot be targeted
Okay.
unless they shoot through the cover.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the
Squeaky.
door?
Right in front of you.
Right in front of me. Is this an actual automatic door?
Yes, it is.
This is
I'm kicking it in.
Of course it is.
This door is gone. This door does not. Can I Can I try to
make a
charge
charge attack
these
against
guys?
the door.
Can I charge these guys through the door?
Ooh. Take some damage from the charge.
I'm going to say you have to break down the door first, but if you succeed, you might be able to. If you succeed with enough degrees of
I
success.
believe it was
against the door.
mentioned that this is a glass door.
Yeah.
So make a charge attack against the door, and if it succeeds, convert your charge into the charge against the Steelers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any bonuses for attacking an inanimate object? Never
I'd
thought
say
to
that
ask that before.
helpless target bonus.
Yeah.
Just
Get a
third-
now
Yeah.
plus 30.
Yeah.
Plus 30.
What's 30?
All right.
Charge plus 30. Ah!
Yes.
Okay, crit success. You don't even
The
take
glass
the charge of glass.
shards.
He doesn't swing. He just sprints straight through the door.
The glass. Can I just suggest that the glass shards hit the enemy ahead of the charge impact?
I'm going to say they're a little too far away for that. But as Skoogie basically engages with them, and yes, you are able to get there, no problem.
Okay.
There is a bit of residual glass, like on his great axe and on his part, that actually does extra damage to the enemy. So only lasts for this one round, but basically you get extra cutting.
I get extra
I
cutting.
mean, it sounds like an artificer upgrade to make your great axe in honor of this fight.
Out of curiosity, me charging through the door like that, would this inflict any sort of intimidation for them?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you want me to roll to intimidate?
Roll intimidate. I'm going to say plus 30. I'd say plus 20, but crit success. I'll get an extra.
So close. All right.
They could have come up with a cool nickname for you.
They could have. All right. I'm rolling my attack for my sword.
Their degrees of failure is worse.
Oh, their degrees of wow.
For the against the intimidate. What would a Genestealer call a Viking that just broke down a sliding glass door to get to them?
Covered in glass shards.
Yeah.
So
I have to think about this one. Well, yeah, chainsword.
I know. Let's see. How much
Fortune,
fatigue
94
do I have
inches.
left? Let's see. I'm gonna push that. Why not? I got room for one push. Yeah. At least it's not as bad.
Not as bad, but still bad. I know. I feel like the Skoogie doesn't have like
he doesn't have Whirlwind of Death now.
Well, okay, yeah, for first good point. But like his uniform, it doesn't include like a bear skin or a wolf skin or anything, right?
I do not believe so. I should have a picture of him connected to his sheet. So he has a cloak. He has a fur cloak on him.
Okay. Well, I'll just say they shout, "Oh God, it's the Shivering Death!" And with that, unfortunately, you're not able to do much death at this moment.
Yeah. I got a plan for that next turn. Leaf is going to be.
Oh right.
Aiming.
Yeah.
I think he'd have a last pistol at least. He'd be aiming.
Oh yeah.
He'd be hiding behind the Abigail's Promise and aiming at wherever the door is, which I'm guessing is up
Probably
here.
hanging out the side of the crew compartment.
Yeah, probably.
So basically, this is a door for vehicles. This is a door for people if they were coming through. So
I almost want to request that we break through that vehicle door.
They're working on that.
All right, but that's my turn.
I mean, if you make the request, you're making the request of Tabitha.
Yes, I am, and this is Leaf, though.
Tabitha, tear down that door.
I think Skoogie would make that request over the microbead.
ooh, all right.
All right. On my turn, something's going to happen.
All right. Genestealers are going to make their attempts. So let's see. The one that's prone, they get to stand up. They can fire from where they are because they're no longer suppressed. Let's see here. There it is. Okay. So they're going to shoot, and they're just going to shoot. Oh gosh. You know what? You got airs right there. They're going to make a shot.
Come on, hit the legs. Partial cover. Let's go.
Yep. All right. They don't have any Bonuses. Oh crap! What the hell happened? Okay.
Oh,
Fail. Other group is currently engaged in melee. They've got 2 attacks, and they're going to start with a knife. Fail. And then a couple of them are going to try and hit him with an arm. That's not an arm. It's
Spiky
a weird
arm.
appendage. Yep.
Spiky Genestealer arm, look out!
They do damage.
Can I parry or dodge?
Yes, you may attempt to parry, but that is a crit too.
That is a crit too. That's true.
You need to get 5 degrees of success
What
on
do I
your
have
parry.
better of? Would
Yep.
dodge also count?
Dodge is also yes. Dodge and parry are both reactions,
Okay.
so you can take either one.
Yeah, that's about what I figured.
Yeah. Unfortunately, then the 10 damage will go.
That's 10 damage.
Resisted by your armor.
Yeah, it's
Resist.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
such.
And
I take
toughness,
1
yeah.
damage. Cool.
Hey, that's pretty good. All right. That's the Genestealers that you can see at the moment. And then
This isn't our prize. We're looking for the big one.
Coloradicus, from your crit success earlier, please give me another awareness with your aspects. Plus 20 this time. And yeah.
Okay.
Because the Genestealers are doing something and nobody can see it, but if you've got your aspects on, you might be able to notice something.
Can both my squad and me roll that? We both have aspects.
I was going to say, would you personally have an aspects?
Yes.
Okay, in that case, then yes, you especially can because you didn't really take an action. Duck.
Okay. I'm holding on to my reroll just to see how this goes.
Okay. All right, you may still spend fatigue if you would like.
Yeah.
Just think, we can go to the bar again after this.
Fuck, Jenny.
That's true.
Dang. Dang.
It's just getting worse.
You're like my my little harlot there.
89, 62, 76, 81,
It's a
92,
weird sentence
72.
today.
All right. Well, that's
Sometimes it just isn't meant to be. That's all it
Yeah.
is.
Unfortunately, just in the chaos of the fight, you're not really paying attention to what's on the aspects other than what's directly in front of you. Okay. Evan, your turn.
So we're gonna start off with Saint Abigail's Promise.
Yeah.
Over the microbead, there's a call of understood. I'm on my way in, Outworld. And then she yells back to the co-pilot, buckle up, Flyboy, this is gonna get bumpy. And
Flyboy?
then just with as much run up, not enough to get the extra D10 of damage, but with as much run up as possible, just takes the tank straight through that back door. I'm guessing that the back door cannot survive 34 plus 1d10 damage.
Highly doubtful. I would like an
Is-
operate surface.
Okay, that's
I will say the door is not going to survive. I mean, that's not the problem, but I do need an operate
any
surface.
bonuses?
In this case, no. It's just going to be flat. Okay.
Is the door going to deal more than 34 points in return damage?
Oh no, the door is basically deals no damage because most of it's taken by the.
Well, it deals
Okay.
damage equal to its armor value, essentially. So
Its armor value is like 1. It's literally just a flimsy door. It's a
It's
flimsy
armor
roll-down
value
door.
plus 1d5, but it would need to get through 34 armor.
Yeah. No,
Clear then.
You scratch the paint. That's about it. Okay. Now I
Not
would
even
like-
that, because it's getting taken by the dozer blade, which hasn't really been painted yet.
Yeah, fair. I would-
And then can I get a multi-laser shot on these?
First, give me an awareness from your tank crew.
Yep. See, the thing is, they have the best awareness in my entire squad.
Okay, so you break down the door, ramming into it with no problems. It just explodes out the side. What you see directly in front of you is this area right here, which is actually a passageway that leads downstairs into the basement area. And what you see is there's a couple of vehicles coming straight at you, headlights blaring.
I'm guessing I cannot bring the AA gun to bear on them.
Unfortunately, no, it would be they're way too low to try and get the right angle.
Okay, but I would be able to bring the multi-laser to bear.
Yes, you could.
Okay. Shield is going up, multi-laser is going into them.
Okay.
Alright. Size bonus and range.
Size bonus in this case. Oh dear, I had it set wrong anyways. Let's see. First one would be enormous. What is the equivalent of a Tauros? Enormous?
Which is plus...
It's 6, so that's plus 10. Wait, no, plus 20.
Plus 20, okay. Range.
Short. At this point, they were literally about to come out
Alright,
there.
I'm gonna put this as point blank for short range plus 20.
Okay. Basically, they were going to do what you just did, but you kind of beat them to the punch.
They're not even gonna get protection but from how fast they're going because they're coming dead on at us.
Yeah. Target 58, roll 62, one failure.
I'm gonna push that.
Okay.
I'm gonna push that again.
Yep. There we go. Roll damage.
All right.
That is a roll 12, target 58, 5 degrees of success. Full auto. Woo. Okay, roll your Righteous Fury as well.
1 second, I've got to refresh.
Alright.
A dialogue box didn't go away. So
It happens.
That is 27, pin 2.
And you said roll righteous?
Yep. Let's see. Assault cars are. Oh dear.
Righteous Fury
That's the
vehicle.
front.
It was front armor. Was it? It was into hull.
Yep.
It was 5 hits, by the way. So I need to roll damage 4 more times.
Oh. I was about to say, hey, it's going to be fine. They can survive this hit. Yeah, no. Roll a couple more times, yeah.
Is it even needed at this point?
No, they will survive this first hit.
No, I mean,
Will they survive
good.
the other hits? We don't know. Ooh, 4. All right. We'll double check that.
there's a whole critical
Whole critical, 4.
inside turret. All 4 electric cabling blasted loose. Select one member of the vehicle's crew. They immediately suffer 1d10 plus 6 impact.
Ooh, okay. Well, it doesn't matter. The lead car explodes.
Do any of the shots go through to the car behind?
Unfortunately, no. the car behind basically it basically pushed against the car that exploded and used it as a shield. You will see why when you are able to see the vehicle. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So
What's
what's the rest of your
tier 2
group?
rapid fire 10?
Yes. Oh wait, tier 2 rapid fire is yeah, that's 10. So what's the rest of the ball die doing?
Well, while that's happening, Evelyn is recovering from that, but doesn't get to act this turn. Since we're right up against the wall, can I just go over without an athletics as long as I just am in my move immediately after?
Yes.
Okay. They're in. I need to check the details on their shield wall ability. Gosh. Is it journal? No. What's the... I can't find it on here. What's the... Do they have to spend their action to set up the count as cover?
Yeah, kind of broke up there. Could you repeat that?
Do they have to spend
I'll
their
check.
action to count as cover?
I think yes. Because it's basically, they have to spend the action to kind of like lock shields and get a proper solid wall.
As an action or a reaction, you may lock your shield in place, is the frontline bulwark ability.
Okay.
There you go.
How far forward could they get and still use their ability?
I'll say 1 tile.
That gives space for somebody to come in behind them and use the ability.
Yep.
All right. You select a facing. That facing is considered full cover with the armor value of the shield.
And it would be directly into the room.
Okay, so basically just straight line.
Yep.
We draw a line. Okay. Like that.
Yep, like
Or-
that.
Or like that. That is much better. I'll deal with that.
By the way, do
Okay.
the Sirens actually look at Evelyn and notice that her blood is yellow?
I had a whole thing I was going to do there.
Well, it's your turn, so you can do it if you would like.
There is definitely Eirs being the one who just fired. I believe it's the kind of thing, since he just fired the cartridge, he has to empty the UMUCD. So as he pulls back the underbarrel mount and is pulling the cartridge out and tossing it aside, essentially, because bullets can be picked up later or never. Or casings, I should say, not bullets. I'd say that's when he looks at our good friend Evelyn there. And there is a noted moment of interesting. What am I taking in right now? Oh, right, there's a battle going on. And that's kind of the end of that little interaction, except I was going to go further, and while Evelyn is still recovering from the stun state, which is technically going to happen at the beginning of your next turn, Eirs is going to grab Evelyn by the shoulders and just slide her down the wall a little less in view, like a little more in full cover and not just spatially reeling. And then there's that like gentle pat, kind of condescendingly, that they do to all of their thralls and the Valkyrans on the shoulder of Evelyn. And then Eirs is gonna go over the wall and charge. And
Okay.
Elee will be doing the same.
Okay.
Advance! Oh yeah, these Genestealers don't have the stun anymore, because they just went through their stun turn.
Yep.
Yep.
These ones still do at the bottom.
Yep. And I think this is just a good old advance and attack kind of thing.
Okay.
Here, I'll just extra emphasize. And we're going to do a couple quick charge attacks with the Gladius.
All right. So the ones against Airs stuff here? Yeah, the ones against Airs are helpless. The ones against Elee are fully operational. Whew. Yeah, wow.
There is no conversion tests to be made against these ones.
Okay.
We know where their masters are, roughly. We do not need them. They can die, our hated enemy. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, our hated enemy. Doesn't that give us a bonus?
Yeah, it's extra plus 10 per melee.
We'll make that 10 degrees of success then.
10 degrees of success. I'm just going to say you just stab 2 of them, no problem.
Do you have Whirlwind of Death?
No, but damn, 10 degrees of success? Where are you going to see that elsewhere?
Very rare. Very rare. Mm-hmm. Would Elee like to make an attack?
Yes.
Okay.
They're not helpless.
They're not.
We still get our little bonus there.
You do get the plus 10 for hated. Yeah.
All right, we needed it. Yep. So Era's only got 2 with 10 successes, and she got 1 with 1. Damn, if only I had Whirlwind.
Okay.
Yeah, Whirlwind is very useful.
All the Sirens can do at the moment.
Vedrath.
Okay. Vanarath and the rest of the Coloradicus are going to jump through the window.
Okay. They should be up here.
Yep. And advance with bayonets fixed.
Ooh, classic.
Mm.
So they'll go here.
Hey, look, everyone, we've set up a moving wall of cover. Everybody else gets into melee.
Yep. Everyone jumps and gets in a melee away from it.
I mean, was there any other option for the Sirens? Like, it's kind of our MO.
There was an automatic door. I had to break it down.
Let's see here.
All right,
otherwise, I would have.
Weapon skill from your fire team and from Vanderant.
Plus charge, so charge is like a plus 20.
Yes, at this distance you would have the charge, yeah.
Huzzah.
Wait, only a 37 for your weapon skill?
I don't... Wait. That's not right.
With a plus... Yeah.
Fatigue.
Still only a 37 when you get the plus 20.
Yeah, because the minus 10 fatigue.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, you just don't have the... Okay, it makes sense. You're a tank commander. Why would you have a really good weapon skill? Fair.
Yeah.
Okay, but 1 success, that's all you need. You take down 1.
I don't know why that's... Yeah, very...
And you take down another 1, right?
Another 3.
Did we establish the outnumbering thing? Sorry, I spaced a bit.
Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah, that would be another plus 10.
Yeah, so...
Because that group would be outnumbered.
Fire team takes down 2, and I take down 4.
You have Whirlwind of Death?
No, but I want to.
You only get 1, champ.
Unfortunately, you'll get 1. You have to get... if you're an individual character, you can only take 1 at a time unless you get crits.
Or Whirlwind of Death.
All right.
That said, though, there's only 2 of them left, so you're doing good. All right.
And meanwhile, me and Russ is going to be doing the searching for any bad guys.
We will just say like narrative flavoring for that rather than like actual distances or anything to it. But how are they doing that? Are they just driving up and down the road? Are they actively searching? Or are they just staying put and keeping their eyes peeled?
The last one.
Okay, very good. With that then, Skoogie.
Skoogie is going to Oh, that's just tempting. It is really tempting to go some good old-fashioned frenzy. But I'm point blank, and I have a shotgun.
By the way, your co-pilot would probably have line of sight to
take a couple
that
shots.
back group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to know.
He would.
Well, first of all, let's take care of Skoogie.
49.74 and 49.91. Ooh.
My rolls are not good today. Alrighty.
And that was with point blank?
That was with point blank, yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I get for being fatigued.
Also for having 29 ballistic skill.
Do I really only have 29 on this guy? Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's see. And a couple shots from my, let's see, actually I gotta take care of ammo first. It's -4. Let's see. So okay.
If you would like it to be full auto, one of the Maldine would hand you their pistol if you would like a full auto attack.
Well, yeah, let's go. Let's see. 40. Is this standard range right here?
Yes, for you that would be standard range.
All right, we'll take,
especially for a pistol. Yeah.
We'll take 2 conservative shots here with my co-pilot.
All right. Hey, got one. Missed the second one.
He's gonna push that.
Yeah. Go from a crit fail to, just a plain fail. All right.
Well, at least I got
that
one.
Starts with 10, and that is -1. As I get shot in the back because they were focusing on everything in the front. Right before the vehicle.
I don't know. There was a loud crash behind them and a lot of shooting.
Oh yeah, no. Now they are turning to face whatever the fence just came up from behind them. But at the time, they were focused on what was jumping through the windows.
All right, well, that's my turn.
All right, cultists. So these guys are going to. Well, they're kind of in a stuck position. So they're going to kind of dive for cover as best they can. Let's see. They can't really shoot. Well, they can shoot at Eirs and Elee, I suppose. They're going to take a shot at each. Let's see. These guys have the last lock, so First one at Eirs, fail. Elee, fail. All right.
Those are that's 1 degree of failure into melee.
Oh, dang, that is.
Chance to hit allies.
Yeah, no, that was
not just chance to. They did.
Yeah,
that's 1 degree of failure into melee. They hit an ally.
They shot one in the back. Oh dear, and everybody knows it. There's this collective. Oh no! From literally every Genestealer in there, or every cultist in there. Weird. Let's see. Now we've got 2 groups in melee. We got 1 guy in melee.
Why's that weird?
Because literally everyone said it at the exact same time.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah. All right. So weapon skill. This guy would have just a regular knife, and they're going to attack. Yeah. I'm going to go after Wrath.
Okay.
Success.
That's not a knife. That's a knife.
Max damage. Okay. Does that even go through your armor and toughness?
Nope.
Yeah.
That's the knife away skillfully.
Cancel. All right. So that leaves the ones against Skookie.
I use contempt.
Does that do anything?
Narratively speaking, the Genestealer who stabbed me feels bad about himself and realizes that they are an utter failure and to everything.
Yeah, I think when nothing happened, when he stabbed Vanderrath and nothing happened, he realized, oh, I made horrible life choices. Now the group against Skoogie, they're going to go with a knife. 3 successes, and And appendage.
Question, just out of curiosity, really more than anything. For these cultists, are they rolling with an outnumbered bonus? Because they shouldn't be.
No, this
Okay,
is.
good.
Let me double check. How do they have that good of a melee? They've got pretty high melee, 34 to start with, and then standard attack, no aim. Yeah, it's just a standard attack basically. They get plus 10 for it.
Interesting.
All right, but yeah, the last one. A lot of friendly fire going on here. They stab another one of them.
Okay.
And
They're confused by the fact that one of their own ran in and blew them up.
Yeah. And it's kind of affecting everyone else. And so we come to the next part, which is...
Come on, ram me. Ram me right in my front facing with my shield up. Do it.
Right into the
Do it, you
dozer blade.
cowards.
You say that. See, the problem is, what is attacking you, or what is coming up right now, is one of their armored trucks, which also has a bulldozer blade on the front. These are literally civilians' vehicles that have been converted for Genestealer use.
Oh, this
Literally,
is a very classic
they
tactic.
have
They do this.
They literally do the exact same thing. So yes, they're not cowards. They're ramming.
Except they don't have a force field.
That's true.
They do not have a force field, unfortunately. Their vehicles kind of suck in that case. Slam.
I mean, if we're saying that vehicles suck because they don't have a force field, then the Coloradicus' vehicles suck too. But I don't think that can be a fair judge of whether a vehicle is good or not.
I don't think you can fail a ram.
Laughs in having an actual force field on some vehicles.
Okay, there's the armored truck. Still a failure with their operate surface, which is actually worse. Okay. Unfortunately,
I feel like there should be heavy bonuses for a vehicle driving straight on at you.
Actually, yeah, that's true. There were no bonuses. That was just a straight roll. So there would be the extra plus. Okay,
I feel like size bonus should apply, which would be plus 30, and then also there should be another plus 30 for driving straight at you.
Given the situation, I feel like this would be a reaction from the molding vehicle to avoid it, not necessarily a test to hit.
Yeah.
From the Genestealer vehicle.
No, there is no avoiding it. There's just a smile from Tabitha as she tells the driver, but keep going.
There's some screaming from Leaf in the background, the co-pilot, as this thing's ramming them now.
I am going to say this is going to be separate, but I will lead an opposed operate surface test, and this one is going to be flat.
I'm fine with this.
This is not going to be the two hit. This is going to be something else.
Who's pushing who?
Exactly. So theirs is 52, 2 degrees of failure.
Crit.
Oh.
Nice.
Damn.
This is a military vehicle that digs its feet in and charges forward.
You flip it.
Also, I need to roll to see if they deal any damage to me.
Yes. How did we do that with the ramming last time? I forgot.
I mean, I just roll inbuilt power field. If they're front facing, it does go, and it does not overload.
Okay.
It's front facing plus 1d10, but it would be entirely soaked from the power field. In return, they would take my front facing plus 1d5, and I would argue that as 1d10 because we're also counter ramming.
Yeah.
And then you get an additional 1d10 for your distance traveled for the ram. So every time you move the tactical speed, I believe is the terminology it uses, you get an extra 1d10.
I didn't get that against the door, but I would get that here. Is it an extra 10 or 1d10?
It should be an extra 1d10, I believe.
Yeah.
I'll get a confirmation in a moment.
Okay. Well, it would be 34 34 plus 2d10. Here goes.
43. Their front is going. Their front's actually kind of
Yeah,
bad.
it's 1d10 for every additional 10 meters moved.
I didn't get
Past your
that bonus.
tactical speed.
I didn't get that bonus against the door, but I would get that bonus here.
Okay. That is not enough to destroy it, fortunately. But oh dear, that is a lot of damage to it. The front definitely is crunched in, even with the bulldog. The bulldog in the front, it kind of bends actually. Whew. Okay.
Hey,
last
so
thing.
Oh, okay.
Last thing. This is not with the vehicle that's happening right now, but there are going to be other things that pop out. Basically, they just pop out of the ground, seemingly, past the trapdoor, actually. And I'm going to keep them small, despite it being wrong. And I'm also going to give them a dot here.
So they're singles, not squads.
Correct. And those things aren't human. At all. Anyways.
So, I can almost certainly get the AA gun right into the cab of this vehicle, right?
Oh, yeah.
Hi. I'd also like to roll and operate to continue pushing them.
You may. They're currently basically in the doorway, the rampway right now, kind of blocking anything that would be behind. But you may continue pushing them in.
I do not successfully push them any further.
All right.
Point blank, full auto, half aim. Did I build the bonus for twin linked into this? Yes, I did. Okay. I'm going to get rid of the half aim to account for the -10 from fatigue because it's not on the vehicle sheet, it's on the crew sheet. This is not going to be fun times for them. That's an additional hit because it's twin linked.
Yep. Roll damage.
Roll damage 4 times.
I mean, there's a chance that they could survive this. I mean, maybe they.
I mean, I've been rolling low damage.
Damn it.
And if possible, I'm very specifically firing into the crew cab.
Yeah.
You were not rolling low damage.
Yeah, no. The other problem with that is, yeah.
The 17 and the 20 were both below average. I think it comes out to about average when you factor in the 26s.
Yeah, with the pin, there's a massive explosion. A scream of anguish that is definitely not human coming from the back. And, yeah, the vehicle is definitely destroyed.
Do I need to roll my force field against that explosion?
Yes, you do.
It takes it, it does not overload.
All right.
Was that the wretched queen?
Oh, no. You have no idea.
Alright, how far up can Samuel and the fire team move, still keeping their shield wall?
I'll say three tiles right now.
Alright, right here.
Okay.
I need somebody to move the shield for me.
Yep. There you go.
And, then they're going to, they saw them come out of the trapdoor, right?
Yes.
all of them full auto burst into the closer one.
Okay, that will be standard range.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of range on their pistols, I figured.
Yeah.
Standard, full auto, no aim. I'm actually going to put this as suppressing.
Okay.
Because I figure this is going to be something that takes damage normally, and they don't have a high damage weapon, and they don't have a good chance to hit, so suppressing fire.
All right. Suppression.
Would I have been able to suppress both?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
What's Evelyn up to? She got your turn back.
Evelyn is, just going to catch up with them.
Okay.
Be in cover behind their shield wall. I'm assuming I would have to make an athletics to be able to actually take an action.
Yes.
The world
Okay.
snaps back into focus. The ears stop ringing.
Let me just look at her athletics. I'll take it. It's a chance.
You get that whooshing sound from every COD game playing.
Chance.
And I'll be in short of these ones here.
Yes. This group here is in short range.
And they're in cover against the tank, I assume.
Yeah, they're not really. Yeah, basically they're exposed against you. Yeah.
I am not suppressing here. I am taking a just full auto shot at them.
Great. That's 2.
That's 4 hits with a crit. So that's at least 4 of them. I would argue at least 1 more for the crit.
Yeah, but you don't have anything like whirlwind to death, right?
This is a full auto machine gun.
This is a full auto. This is basically a submachine gun just blazing into them.
Okay.
You are allowed to allocate hits with a full auto machine gun.
We've always treated semi-auto and full auto as hitting separate targets for the purpose of full auto and semi-auto.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, then yeah, that's quite a few. So 4 hits plus 1 extra for the crit. So yeah, there we go. All right. Woo, good grief. All right. Airs and Elee.
Does crit reduce the ammo used slightly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Says so
reduces
in
by
the
1 tier.
section.
Yeah. If you crit
Should,
succeed, you
anyway.
lower the tier used by 1 degree. If you crit fail, it increases by 1.
So that would be essentially a standard fire for ammo purposes.
Correct.
No, it's conservative fire. Or if you were rapid firing, so
I was rapid
standard fire.
Yeah. All right, Airs and Elee.
They're both going to immediately charge a different unit than the ones they're currently fighting.
Okay. All right.
They're both making a charge attack. They are outnumbering this being.
I will let you know, just Forbidden Lord Genestealer, I'm just going to give it to you. These 2 are pure strains.
Figured.
Yep.
Well, we're going to see if we can actually hurt the thing. That's the current goal.
Yep.
So they're outnumbering. They both have the double team trait, which makes outnumbering more potent. So rolling incoming shortly.
Rolling income.
You also may now have access to the basement if you make it past this thing.
I'm using full aim here just to represent the double team bonus.
Okay. Ooh, 6.
Nice.
Just shy. 9 degrees of success. Very good.
I repeat, nice.
79 2. All right. Both are successes. These will be damages.
Oh, I wish I had pen.
Let's see. So that's 15, pin 0. Toughness.
It probably has some degree of unnatural, I'd guess.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have much armor, though.
Yeah,
Well, it's got a fair amount, but
it probably has natural armor.
yeah. But the 15 actually goes through. The 15 would deal 3 points of damage.
That's a toughness test, sir.
Yes, it is. Oh. Yeah, these guys do have a fate point collectively, so yeah, we'll spend it. Nope.
I mean,
No.
degrees of failure do matter, I believe, on shocking.
On shocking, you are stunned
Yeah.
for turns equal to failure degrees.
Oh dear. So that
two
is
whips wrap around this thing. The first one's kind of ineffective, but the second one absolutely rip and tears and zaps the shit out of it.
Yep. All right. Turn.
That's turn, yeah.
Vanderath.
I keep on working on this group of cultists in front of us.
I will let you know there's only one left.
Perfect. The fire team will handle them. Or actually, yeah.
Have Vanderath handle them. The other group is still helpless, but not for much longer, so get the squad in there on them.
All right.
Yeah.
I will do that instead. Weapon skill.
Yeah, basically this group is just about coming back to their senses and is about to stand up.
Bruh.
Oh, 34, 20, 33. Oh.
Can I spend a...
Can we give him a pity 1 point?
Yeah.
He fatigued 7 times earlier and still failed. Can we give him a +1?
Do you have any fatigue left?
I've got, yeah.
All right, I'll say you can spend a fatigue and just auto succeed with, because that's I'm even going to say that's bullshit. That's BS right there.
Perfect.
And
we're here for the good time, people. We're here for the good time.
And then the fire team will heckin' go over there and shoot and stab. So,
and you have a +20 for them being prone right now, because I'm pretty sure they have come out of their stun.
No, they will come out of their stun next turn.
They were stunned for 3 rounds. Oh, right. Yeah, it was 2, and then they also had another back on top. Yeah, okay. They're completely helpless then, so they got a +.
This is +10 for that. So that's 2 degrees of success, and this becomes 1d10 +7 because of the way scatter works.
Oh, combat shotgun.
They're dead.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, I don't know how I rolled that, but okay. Clearly, that's not a possible roll, but okay.
Happens. All right.
And then they also... Oh, they're dead?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, Skoogie.
Well, first of all, Skoogie, he's gonna give in, and he's gonna actually take a friend, one of the friend zones that he has.
Yes.
Oh no, I gave him stim. Yeah, he'll take a stim because he's tired of suffering from fatigue. And then...
all the drugs.
How many turns you get it?
Let's see. Stim. Where do we find you again?
I thought we just established a set amount, didn't we?
Was it like 3 turns that we established then?
Yeah, we established 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, so for 3 turns, I'm not suffering from fatigue, which are needed. And
was it 3 or was it toughness bonus?
It was 3.
Okay.
It'll be 3 no matter what for me then. And then, now here's the choice.
Stepping away briefly.
Okay.
I may as well. I need some more drink.
I only have one attack this turn because I'm using my stim. We'll take another shot with my combat shotgun, see if that works. If not, I'll switch over to the sword. That works.
Hey, there you go. Holy. Okay. Semi-auto. That's good grief. Okay.
And it has scatter.
You know what?
Is that point blank?
It's. Yeah, just they're dead. They're gone.
They gone.
There go. Yeah, no.
They're gone. All right.
I started calculating. I'm like, I think there's only like one left, and then you got a crit one. So, yeah, no, all gone.
Okay, good. Now,
you went full John Wick on them.
Good. They killed my dog after all. Would the Maldine allow the co-pilot Leaf to take control of one of their weapon systems, such as the multi-laser? If he can.
I mean, he's in the crew compartment, which is separated off, or he's in the passenger compartment, which is separated from the crew compartment.
Okay.
There's not, the way these tanks are designed, there's not a good way for him to easily get into the crew compartment.
All right, fair enough. I'll just continue shooting with my last pistol then.
The equivalent would be basically like on the Valkyrie, but imagine that there's no door between the pilots and the crew compartment. Yeah.
The passenger compartment is a modular pod stuck onto the side.
Okay.
All right, so these guys, there is cover against them, but they are weak cultists.
I don't think I'd have a line of shot onto them. Is the thing.
And this guy is suppressed.
That guy is suppressed. Okay. Well, I'll just take a shot at the suppressed guy anyway.
All right.
We'll take 2 shots.
Actually, yeah, good. Ooh, 91. Bad. All right, there we go. 1 success. Roll your damage.
Let's see. It's let's see. Last pit. Okay, here's cancel. I'll have to do this off of Skoogie's sheet because my Valkyrie doesn't technically have one, but he would have a last pistol.
Yes. Ooh, 9 damage. Unfortunately, nothing would go through with that.
I kind of figured. But that is my turn.
All right. Cultists. Tabitha. I will require a operate surface.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
Success.
That is very good. That is very good. Yeah. All right. So there's a crunching sound, and why is? Oh, I know what you did. No. The map layer. Yep, that's why.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Have I been killed?
Not yet. There's a crunching sound, and a second armored truck appears. Unfortunately, it is basically stuck in place and is trying to push its way out, not getting any leverage on it, unfortunately. But yeah, there's another truck. Let's see, these guys. Well, they're actually going to throw themselves at the Maldine that are trying to shoot and suppress the Pure Straight here. And they're going to attempt a melee.
Does that proc a suppressing fire damage if they run in front of the suppressing fire?
Actually, I think it would, yeah.
That would proc it at point blank range, too, is the thing.
Yes.
Okay, so you roll to hit point blank suppression.
Yeah.
So that's like a +10, I think, all said and done.
And that's actually a pretty good chance to hit. I'm gonna push
say
that.
They were smart.
All right.
I'm gonna push that again.
Okay. 79, 92.
Cursed fatigue
There's a
this
success.
session.
37, one success.
Well, this is what we get
I'll
for celebrating
take
the
that.
session before.
They're going to roll an attack, poison knife, 3 successes, but I'll roll
It's
damage,
into
but-
body. That's going to be shielded. And that's not going to go through the shield.
Yeah.
So they're scraping against the shields right now.
Yep. Also, there's only 3 of them left there. Right. All right. So, this one is currently suppressed, so this pure strain needs to make a willpower,
The other one is stunned.
and the other one is stunned. They failed.
By the rules of suppression, they would duck back down out of the line of fire because they're in a hatch.
Yeah, so actually, here's what happens. They drop down out of sight. I'm going to move them. I'm going to move them to back here for now, but they're not actually gone. But then there's another that pops up, and this is my actual ace.
Is it
One
a
guy
group or is
takes
it
a
just
look.
a big one?
No, it is actually a group.
Okay.
You will see why in a moment, though. But they basically pop up out and go like, "Oh, shit, this." They're going to take a shot. They had one move to get up there, then they can still take a shot. Yeah. They're going to aim for the Coloradicus team here.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't really have any things they can do for that, so they failed anyway.
Oh, that's nasty.
Mm.
That's nasty stuff right there.
Well done.
All right, so group just popped up with a radium carbine. They're getting a multi-laser. That truck is stuck. And that group is the threat right now.
Mhm.
So, multi-laser, that would be in the multi-laser's short range still, right? Because
Yes,
it
it
has a range of 150.
Oh yeah, you're within short range.
They're gonna take a half aim. What do they get any bonuses against this group? I presume no.
Unfortunately, no. It's not really significant size.
Gonna push that.
All right.
Let me just check. Yeah, gonna push that.
All right.
Gonna push that.
Cursed fatigue.
91, 78, 49, and 36. Success.
There you go.
All right.
And that's 3 more fatigue.
To get 1 KO.
All right.
All right. That's the vehicle. The squad is just gonna fire at point blank from behind their shields. Not on suppressing anymore. And how big is this group? How many left in the group?
Which group? The carbine?
The one that charged us.
Oh, the one to charge you. 3.
They're gonna opt for the half aim instead of the 2 shots.
Okay. Paid off. All right.
If it was, that was actually my break point. If it was 3, I was going to take 2 shots. If it was more than 3, I was going to take 2 shots. If it was 3 or less, I was going to take 1 with the aim.
All right. What's Evelyn doing?
Evelyn's gonna suppress the group with the radium carbines.
Okay. You can make a shot.
Remember to track your ammo properly.
I will. And that will be at standard for Evelyn, right?
Yes.
Oh, so close.
Oh. Yep.
But it's fine. I suppressed them. That's what matters.
Yep. And they definitely failed their will. All right. Airs and Elee.
Each of them are going to fire 2 point-blank shots at the helpless Prime.
All right.
Every shot is technically going to be against a different limb.
Okay.
Ooh.
Fun.
So this is cold shot.
Yes, this is called shot.
Called shot against a helpless opponent. Yeah. One success, but that's all you need. And 4 successes. 2 hits. All right, so roll.
Why did that
3
do
Ks.
suppression? That one, I must have hit suppression instead of called shot. It's the same penalty.
In fact, it uses the same line in the breakdown. Cold shot / suppressing if you hover over for the breakdown on the attack.
Nice.
Oh, very nice. 69. Very.
I don't think I can. I don't think I can deal damage at all. That's not the point of firing into them with these weapons, though.
Yep. Well, go ahead and roll damage for one of them. Let's see.
The maximum is 13.
Ooh, maximum would just deal damage.
Well, all right then. We'll give it a shot.
One more. Wait.
No, that would have
Okay,
been
yeah,
it.
no.
It was
No,
2
that's
shots each.
Yep. Unfortunately, no damage is dealt. But, what are you actually firing?
This is abnormal. So,
Yep.
strength tests. I might wager they have a penalty on strength if they can't resist the fact that ice is forming on their limb.
I would argue they don't get to roll the strength until they get back up.
Okay. Because
they
they can
can't
shatter
try-
at that point.
Yeah, because they can't try to shatter it if they're not resisting it at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so the order of operations is leg, torso, head.
All right. They
Those
are effectively froze.
All right, the important bits are heads are deprived of oxygen and suffocation will incur. If both legs are frozen, they don't have a movement speed. And if the torso is frozen, they take 1d5 damage ignoring armor and a level of fatigue every turn.
Yep.
Now, obviously, they're mostly toughness and shit, so that 1d5 isn't going to do anything. But they are at minimum taking at least 3 points of fatigue.
I also don't think the suffocation will work because Genestealers have been seen to operate pretty much in vacuum.
I think the big argument there is if they intended to go in vacuum or if they were suddenly sucked into vacuum.
Well, explosive depression is a separate topic. But yeah, Vanderath.
Who else is still up that I can shoot at?
These guys.
Yeah, I'll shoot at them.
And they did just shoot at you with a very terrifying weapon that there's no way Genestealer Cult is supposed to have any form of access to.
All right.
And shoot them now because they're probably ducking back in the hatch because they've got a good escape from the suppression.
Yeah. You make a good point. Hit. Range.
All the icons on that one.
Just being accurate.
Yeah. Hey, crit success. That is Vanderath shooting. So that is 2 down.
Okay, and then the fire team will also shoot.
Okay.
And then both of them, Vanrath and the fire team, will kind of get behind cover if they can. So I guess Vanrath will go to this table, and the fire team's already behind that table.
Yep. Infantry team, 4 success. Okay, yeah, that group is actually completely dead.
Good.
Glad they didn't get a hit off.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to call in like a Mechanicus hazard team to deal with their weapons.
Probably.
All right.
Short of shoving a grenade down this thing's throat, I now realize for Genestealer killers, we don't have a lot for killing Genestealers.
I mean, you're
Right here, Ari.
okay. Is this truck open topped?
Yes.
This-
yes, it would
This
be.
one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is it possible? Is it possible? I mean, how much movement do I have in the first place?
Okay, so Skoogie would not be able to get to it because
Okay.
basically it's in like a tunnel area and it's stuck there because the Moldine's St. Abigail's promise is basically blocking the entranceway.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That being said, if your co-pilot would like to, say, chuck a grenade in the back, that's feasible.
That's what I was thinking. Is either Skoogie or my co-pilot does that. Then let's see. How far can I charge then on this map?
Let's say 8 tiles. Let's
8
see.
tiles?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh,
6,
darn, it's
7.
just out of range then.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so then I can move, what, like 2 tiles then? Because it's...
3.
3, okay. So I will move up to here, and I'm just actually gonna hunker down right there. And now, my Valkyrie pilot, would he have a grenade on him is the question.
Our grenade standard kit.
Yes, grenades are standard kits for the Einherjari.
Yeah. Then I leave it up to you whether or not your co-pilot will.
Yeah, the co-pilot would.
He
have
has
one.
been. I would say he has been out at a party and did not expect this to happen. So
That is true. I was considering that too. Yeah, no, he wouldn't then. He'd just have his last pistol. Alrighty. So
I mean, he did go back to the barracks, though, and would have had time to grab Kit while they readied the vehicle.
that is go back with the group. Yeah,
So then
you would have had the option to grab one then. Yeah.
Well, then he would have grabbed one then. So yeah, Leaf is gonna come up to the truck and he's just gonna gently toss a grenade in, or at least try to.
Okay. Give me a strength.
A strength, okay. Any bonuses for how close this thing is?
Plus 20. Sure.
Is there any bonus? No. All right. Yeah, he's gonna push that. Oh, I forgot I had the plus 20. So this will have another 20 on it. It doesn't
yeah, that
matter.
would be-
I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
it's more degrees of success.
That's true. 4 instead of 2. And then he's
Roll
gonna.
damage.
Okay, this is gonna be 2d10.
Manage a crit.
Which kind of grenade was this?
This would be a frag.
Okay.
He's really trying to take care of the people inside.
Yeah.
So it would have blast 5.
Yeah. Hold on.
Ooh.
We actually have something for this.
Oh yeah, we've got special rules for blast interacting with open topped.
Oh yeah.
Specifically remember making these because it was like, haha, hee-haw.
Yes, very French.
Somewhere.
Degrees of failure determines the number of opposing forces taken out, round up. Blast adds 0.5 to this number per level, rounding down, i.e. Blast 5 would add +2 to the number taken out.
So would that be 6 taken out then? Never mind. That'd be 7.
And then it would have been the crit bonus too, because that was a crit, which is usually what, double?
Yep.
So that would be 12 taken out.
Do you also want to say, because this is not exactly a military vehicle, that, I don't know, roll in the critical table?
Yeah, sure. Roll 1d5 for the crit table.
Okay.
Body / hull. Ooh.
I think that's a fire.
I think so.
Let's see. Hull 5. Several hull plates break away and fall off, weakening the vehicle. The facing where the attack hit reduces its AP by 1d10. So what would this count as, since I threw it inside the vehicle?
It would, I think it would shred the armor between the driver and the, passengers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how this would work, I guess, IRL is, well, since this is open top and not going down a hatch, I don't know. I want to say that there wouldn't be, it would almost reverberate onto itself. Right? It's not you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. In this case, basically the way I will describe what happens is the grenade gets thrown in. All of the cultists who are in the back basically are shredded by the frag grenade because they had nowhere to go space. And then there's the glass that separates the driver and the cab passenger from the rest of the back of the vehicle. That gets blown out from the blast, and the shards of glass cut so severely it actually cuts the guy's throat and kills him.
Well, after that,
you Genestealer son of a bitch.
Leaf is gonna go and hide back in the passenger pod.
I will also say that effectively, the guy hits the gas on the truck and it keeps moving forward, but it's not actually going anywhere or doing anything. So, yeah.
All right. That's my turn.
Genestealer's turn. All right. At this point, there's only really 2 moves to do. The first one is the Genestealer from before or the Pure Strain is going to pop up again. And they're just going to make a run for it. Let's see what theirs. It's agility is all right. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Damn. All right. And last. So the vehicle here is dead. This much is simple fact. The Pure Strain that was hitting in the back was not killed by the frag, although it was cut up pretty bad. It's going to leap out. It's going to have to make a check or 2 on this, but it's going to attempt to climb over the tank and rush out the back.
Would that be resisted by the power field?
It could be, yes. Let's see. There might be a minimum distance for the power field.
Well, it's climbing from the back of the vehicle, which means it's going to run into the active power field.
Yeah.
And
So
power
first-
fields are what you put around a sword to make a power sword, so you don't want to touch it.
Right, but like the specific wording for vehicle power fields is like there's a 5 meters that if once you get inside of it, the power field doesn't act.
This
anymore.
is a specific. This is not the vehicle power field. This is an inbuilt power field specific to this class of vehicles.
Okay.
Also, it doesn't matter because he failed in athletics, so it's not even close to the power field. So it basically there's a pure strain on the ground just trying to clamber its way, and it gets to about there. It's trying to just run the hell away, and that is their turn.
Okay, I'd like to do 2 things with my vehicle.
Mhm.
First up, I would like to roll an operate to just crush a bug
Okay.
underfoot.
Yep.
Just straight up bring one of those now up-armored legs down on top of it.
Do it.
Any bonuses or penalties?
No bonuses because size would still be average. Penalty, I'm going to say no penalties either because it failed in athletics, so it's basically scrambling around trying to get a grip and trying to move. That being said, it will have a chance to dodge, basically.
Can I hold whether or not I push that into seeing how this other thing goes?
I'll be generous and say sure.
The other
but first-
thing is I'm putting a hunter-killer into this bastard.
Okay. Be careful. There are some Coloradicus that...
Hunter-killer
aim is
doesn't
too far.
have blast.
Okay, good. I was going to say if it's too far...
It's intended for taking out other vehicles, so it is a directed attack.
Yep. All right.
I believe that is well within short range for a hunter-killer, because I believe
yes,
a
it is,
hunter-killer is
yes.
350.
Oh, yeah, you're at short range.
Standard attack, half aim. A hunter-killer natively provides a plus 20 bonus because of the cogitator in it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Roll damage.
yeah.
5 degrees of success.
One of those 2s is replaced by a 5 for an additional 3 damage.
Okay.
I'm assuming the pin completely ignores its natural armor.
Let's see.
It's
Yes,
pin
actually.
6.
Yep. So that would be... Ooh, okay, so it is still alive. It is still up, but it is definitely hurt. So that is...
And then, yes, I would like to use my last push that will not pass me out. One more would pass me out, but I would like to use my last push to try to squash the bug.
Okay. You may attempt.
Squishy, squishy.
Okay. Roll, let's say 2d10.
And whether
What
or
is
not...
the armor value of your feet?
Oh, dang.
it would be
Righteous Fury,
side
roll.
armor plus 4.
Roll your Righteous Fury.
And also, whether or not it survives, it should be pinned.
Oh, it's definitely pinned, yes. Actually, I'm going to give it a dodge to see if it's pinned.
This is going to be
but-
person. I'm going to...
There it is.
This is
what would...
moreover a dodge to see if it's fully pinned or if it's armed.
Okay, it's
No,
pinned.
it's
what's
also-
that? What's
also
18?
roll-
What's 81 for location?
81 for location.
Yeah.
Shoot.
1
Other equipment.
left, no, right leg.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it's
right.
pinned by the leg.
All right. Also, you get to roll an
Definitely
extra,
impact damage.
roll an extra d5 for your Righteous Fury on the 2d10.
Okay. I'm going to have to just roll a second Righteous Fury.
Ready for the leg.
I don't think that's going to remove the leg, which is good.
No, usually I think you have to get like 6 for that. Let's see.
So this is
Impact
leg
critical
4.
leg.
Microfractures, considerable agony, suffer 2d10 agility damage, and is knocked prone.
Twice.
Ooh.
So 4d10 agility damage.
Could you just take out all of its agility in one set of rolls here?
Oh, wait.
Probably not.
29.
It probably has a lot of agility. It's a Genestealer.
It does have a lot.
Pretty big hit, though.
That's still a painful hit.
I'm guessing it's down below average human agility.
Oh, well below.
That was just my vehicle.
Oh, right. Yeah, that was.
So, is it alive still?
Yeah, both of them are still alive.
Okay.
Barely, but both of them are still alive.
Evelyn is going to...
Actually, all 3 of them are still alive, because there's the other one over here.
Evelyn and the squad are both going to fire to suppress the one that's running.
Okay.
Both of those, that would be a standard range with their pistols by far.
Yep.
And here goes. That's Evelyn's. But it's suppressed.
Yep. Basically, it kicks some of one of the features that's over there in the lobby. It just flips over to the side, dives behind it for cover. Oh, finally. Roll damage.
This is not going to pin, but I will roll damage.
Get
I will
a
roll
Righteous
damage
Fury in
twice.
there for your crit.
Yeah.
The highest I can roll is 11.
That is not.
Yeah, but if you're Righteous Fury, then you kept going, you know. Yeah, unfortunately, neither of those do damage, but they do hit. Kind of pinging off of the torso, actually. All right. Now, Eirs and Elee.
We're performing an execution here because I discovered how we can do it.
Yep.
It's frozen to the ground. It is pinned by all measure. You could not argue in any way that this is not a helpless and stationary target. It is literally frozen in place. And at this point, I'm going to recall the UMUCD Lock Melta, which we use the stats for last cutter, but give it the Melta quality.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dear.
So, after freezing this thing to the ground, Eirs looks down at it, lifts his arm up, pulls a cartridge, loads it into the underbarrel mount, and just kneels down and presses the gun right against the thing's face.
Also, just physically speaking, superheating something that's just been super cooled or vice versa
its head is frozen.
Nasty.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
so you know how I was talking about explosive decompression being a totally separate thing about things exploding in space? Yeah, basically that's what's happening right now.
Explosively decompressing the head.
Yeah. Roll. Yeah. Roll damage.
All right, so it is.
And replace the lowest dice with a 7.
Yep.
Slash R 10 plus 16. And then this would have. Damn, that's a low roll. This would have a pen value of 20.
It's not a low roll anymore because that 1 becomes a 7.
Yeah, that's a
True.
31.
Yeah. So 31, pen 20 to the face.
Like, you know, you're dead.
It took me some considerable thinking about my kit, but I figured out how the Sirens normally take out Genestealers now. And it is exactly the textbook thing that just happened here. Immobilize, extra immobilize, melt.
It works.
I think its head is gone.
Oh yeah, no, it doesn't exist anymore. There's not even a trace of the DNA that was that. It's literally that gone. So that was Airs. Does Elee want to do anything?
What's left?
So there's a Genestealer over here that's currently ducking behind cover and suppressed, and there's a Genestealer over here that is pinned to the,
Literally
leg,
pinned.
quite literally pinned by the leg of a tank.
Ducking one. Where? All the way over here?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Charge attack.
Basically, it popped out of the ground close to where you guys were and just ran for it. Because like, we can't really do anything right now. Just run.
The thing is, if it gets outside, it's subject to felling attacks. Because there are Lokhiases covering this building.
It's also a tank that has a straight shot at it. Okay, that is definitely a success. And they're going to attempt. Well, they can't really attempt to dodge, can they? Because they're suppressed.
And they cannot
Single
parry
target
either.
damage, particularly against an enemy with particularly against an enemy with unnatural toughness, single target damage, a Lokhiase is actually competitive with a tank's main gun.
True.
Because they'll have had the double aim to make their accurate plus 2d6. Plus 30 to hit. Unnatural toughness doesn't apply. Like,
What do you want to do, Dan?
Who's still up? Looks like everyone's freaking dead.
No,
this
One
guy?
there. and
This
we got
guy
one
is still
there.
here, and there's the one here.
There's
This
one in
guy
front of you
is-
and one behind you.
All right.
this one might as well be dead.
Well,
true.
I want him. Vanderrath is going to turn around and shoot this guy.
All right.
I believe in you.
Let's see here. Yeah. That's a hit.
As a hit.
And then the fire team is going. Whoop. Fire team's going to shoot this guy here.
Okay.
This guy is prone, so.
Keep in mind, you still need to roll damage for that last carbine hit.
Okay.
You also get a second shot.
Unless you aim.
I aimed. Yeah.
Oh, you aimed. Okay. In that case, yeah, just roll damage. Ooh.
You might want to put the squad into the one that you shot, because this one is taken care of as soon as anybody else gets a turn. I think
The other one is literally pinned under a giant vehicle right now.
Yeah, that's a good idea. They'll do that.
I think Skoogie's got a charge soon.
Yeah,
Ooh,
he is.
6 successes. Roll damage 6 times.
Right.
Oh, right. This group doesn't have hot shots. I forgot about that.
Ah, dang.
And they're not using the higher damage shots.
Yeah. Unfortunately, with this, that means that they definitely hit. They are not incompetent marksmen, but the last carbines just aren't strong enough to penetrate through the armor.
Free action, melt again.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, I am going to charge. Can Skoogie... did Skoogie see what just happened to this guy over here?
I like the idea that Tabitha has been keeping a running commentary on this for Scooby.
Oh, yes. I love it.
Yeah. I also like the idea that Scooby didn't see it, but like he was around the corner at one point and he sees the Genestealer, the Pure Strain, hop down and is like trying to move. And then he like has to duck behind the corner. Then he looks back and suddenly is pinned under the leg.
Yeah, perfect.
Like,
well,
what the hell?
I'm definitely going to charge this thing. It is prone, so I get a bonus to that.
It would
Oh,
be
it's helpless.
prone but not helpless.
So that's a plus 20 or plus 10?
Yes.
20?
Plus 20.
All right.
Plus 20. Plus 20 for prone with point blank melee attack, and then plus 30 for completely helpless.
It's not helpless, though.
No, we're
Yes.
just saying what the modifiers
I'm saying,
are.
Oh,
It doesn't matter.
actually, it might, because this is only 1d10 plus 2 pen 2. So,
yeah. What
with a-
roll?
Righteous Fury.
Yeah.
potentially.
So, actually, roll an extra d10.
And replace that 2 with an 8.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, you also your strength is also added to a chainsword swing, so
oh, okay. That is good to know.
I think that's already factored.
it's already factored in.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So,
So that 2 is
two is
replaced
replaced
with
with
an
an
8.
Which is an extra
that is-
6 damage, so that gets it to 13.
And then the
Hit
Plus
two.
the
16 damage pen too.
yes.
There you go.
60 damage, pin 2. Right, now it's dead.
Okay.
Because it took a lot of damage.
and that was
before-
head. You decapitated this thing.
Mm. Juicy. And then Lee's just going to relax now. He's got nothing else to do.
Yeah, he did his job.
Yep.
All right. Genestealers.
Genestealer.
Genestealer, literally. Willpower. Yeah. Oh dear.
So it runs out into the street and faces Overwatch.
It's suppressed right now. It's not breaking the suppression.
Oh,
unfortunately.
it's still suppressed. I didn't realize.
So
you don't have
it's
the little
going to
symbol on it.
do. It's going to do the one and only thing it can, and make a weapons attempt against Elee. Yep. I can only do one of these. So which one is going to do? It's going to do the rending claw. Success. So yeah, you know how you were talking about the armor and not needing it? Might want to talk to Logician again.
Oh yeah, maybe I'm going to fuck off. Damn. So doing that calculation, that will put Elee at exactly 13 out of 13 wounds.
Ooh. Stack 0. That means you're still up.
By the feffin' hair. Which, you know what that means? She's still up to help double team him when Airs comes running up next.
Yep. All right. Let's get this done pretty quick. Ball died. What you up to?
All right. So, the squad is going to move up into point blank. They can't move up into point blank and fire, can they?
1, 2,
No.
3, 4, 5. No, unfortunately, that would take their full movement.
They're going to move into short, and they're going to fire on overload. Because I had forgotten, these are still las weapons. They still can fire in higher fire rate settings.
All right.
So short range, no aim. They are going to standard fire this. And they are firing on overload. You know what? Full auto. Beth it.
Ooh. All right.
Push.
Push. There we go. One hit.
One hit each. For 5 of them.
Yep. Roll your damages.
I don't know if it will automatically factor in the additional damage and pin. It does. Okay. That damage doesn't hit.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
That's that
because of the pin 2, it actually will. All right. Dang.
And I can't replace any of those because it was only 1 degree of success.
Yep. But damage was dealt to it. It definitely bleeds. Unfortunately, still up.
Evelyn is going to move up right behind them and do the exact same thing.
Wait.
And that will bump it up a tier. That will bump it up to tier 2 rapid fire. So that will be some ammo cost.
All right. Luckily, it's last pistol, so you can get that back real quick.
Oh, and Evelyn hasn't burned any fatigue yet. Pushing.
Push. 35 for 40. Success. 16. 2 degrees of success. That is 2 hits. Roll 2 damage.
Oh, I didn't put this in overcharge, so that should be an additional 2 damage and an additional 2 pen.
Okay. That would make... Yeah, okay.
Well, the second one
doesn't matter.
The second one doesn't matter, but the first one would push it to dealing damage.
Yep. Okay.
These are just punching holes in the carapace.
Okay, wait a minute. I need to calculate something real quick. 2. There you go. Okay, I miscalculated the first ones before. It still would have been up. But that finishes off.
Oh,
how does everyone want to do this?
So that was body. I'm gonna say instead of the normal rotation, it goes body, head, and just right between the eyes, there's a rimmed with orange glowing hole right dead center in the forehead.
Nice.
Even though the second hit didn't actually deal damage, it's cooler that way. I think Evelyn says, "Get the Feth off my planet."
Very good.
Very nice. Elee is going to promptly collapse.
Evelyn is going to promptly go to Elee's side and offer Medicaid attention.
I will say, pretty nasty cut. Nothing they couldn't survive. You'd be able to patch them up, no problem. Medicaid plus 30.
Have an assist.
If this is the end of combat,
This is you are out of combat now.
Vanderath is going to say, "That's what I call a close. That's what I call a close counter."
One of your soldiers are kind of smash on the.
I get an additional plus 10 to this. So with fatigue, this is a target of 71.
Okay. There you go. Elee, you have 2 points back.
Well, hopefully she can rest.
Oh, yeah. All right, so what,
as Evelyn is delivering the Medicaid, there's just a whisper in the ear directly to Elee. Tell your friend that if he does that patronizing Grox shit again, we're going to have a problem. Referring to patting her on the shoulder earlier. By the way, Evelyn has not even wiped away the blood from her nose. So her face is stained yellow.
I think the response from Elee is, whoa, it would be something akin to like, I understand. And that's it.
All right, well, you guys are now out of combat. The Genestealers are very much, or the cultists and the Genestealers proper, are very much dead around you. What would you like to do?
Celebrate. Rest.
Search the basement. Like,
there we go.
Like, right. We can't be sure we cleared this until we've searched the rest of the pad.
It's
all
true.
Right. So, moving up into upper floors, it seems to be there are a lot of people who are confused about like what's going on, why there was shooting down below, why there was a lockdown. But a couple people acted very suspicious. They're taken out with. As for the basement, as you open and get down into it, there's two parts to the basement. So one is like a garage area. Normally it would be there. There'd be like vehicles and sort of things coming and going, but there was an area that had been cordoned off, presumably for maintenance, quote unquote. And behind it, there was a lot of like things that the Genestealers were using to repair their vehicles and put things together. There was like a door that had the symbol of this particular group that was off to one side, as well as some random tools, that sort of thing. The other half is a little bit darker. This is where the Pure Strains seem to be setting up shop and setting up their cult area. There's a couple of people who are chained up as like prisoners, possibly to be used for creating new Genestealers, and I am not going to elaborate any further on that. This is already far and away the darkest single story I've ever told, I think. But you were able to rescue the people. Most of them, kind of going through checks, it seems like most of them hadn't been fully like indoctrinated yet. None of them had been given the Genestealer DNA.
Genestealers not fans of kissing, eh?
It's more like they were putting them back, and they were like bringing them out at certain points. Yeah.
They were moving slowly to avoid arousing suspicion, is my guess.
Probably.
There are a couple people who were like just coming out of unconsciousness, and they can't remember where they've been for like the past 6-8 hours. They remember something about an evacuation call because Greenskins were trying to attack the front, and everything is a blank after that. These people are probably taken away and executed.
Yes.
Because it's obvious what happened to them.
We don't got to get a scanner to figure out that they're done already.
Oh, yeah. No,
dead people walking.
It's literally, this is like a textbook case, but other ones that have been, like,
Evelyn
put away.
will scan every single one of them.
Yeah. And like I said, about 3 or 4 of them seem to have occurred, like, very recently, within the past day. And the remainder that you scan seems like they were down here being held prisoner, but had not been infected.
What about the elderly couple's daughter or granddaughter?
Give me a it'd be scrutiny, I guess.
I'll roll it since I've got some scrutiny and Evelyn would be down there.
Yeah, Scoogie will assist.
Does Scoogie have scrutiny?
He has appointed scrutiny, yeah.
That's...
Can Evelyn just ask the names of people as she scans?
Oh
everybody?
yeah, Evelyn would just be asking names.
Okay.
And she
we
would
saw
have
those
gotten
guardsmen. The last name must be something we know.
Yeah. And yeah, Evelyn would have gotten the name before they left and would ask all these people their names.
Okay. Well, here's the tragic thing about this is that as you're going through, none of the people seem to know who you're talking about. Some people are like, oh yeah, I know them. I know the family. I haven't seen their daughter recently. But then one person says, oh no, I know what happened. Basically, about 3 days ago, she was kidnapped by the cult and was brought down here. And let's see, 24 hours ago, roughly a day ago, she was going to be used as a new vessel to spread the purified genes and whatnot. But then they did a biometric test on her and executed her instead. Just straight up.
Oh, they'd already collected. I think, like, Rasp has had an epiphany about how this cult works.
Damn.
Wait.
So, daughter
I understand.
And son is dead.
Unfortunately, yes.
Are they trying to collect all 50 of the Thrinos gene pairs? How dare they?
But, yeah, yeah, so Evelyn will take that news back, and, I don't even know if Evelyn has noticed that her face is covered in her own blood.
Oh,
Also,
I did
by
want
the
to
way-
say, there was a small moment to be had with Evelyn patching Elee up. And that's the interaction between Elee and Eirs, which is Eirs approaches and kneels and looks down at Elee and says, am I going to be okay? And Elee's answer is, I am fine. And that is the interaction.
By the way, Scoogie and Vanderath would probably have had a chance to notice the yellow blood at this point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sirens just don't care, probably. Yet.
Better
There won't be time to care.
Very curious. The fuck is that?
Does he indicate what he means by that?
Yeah.
No, I just meant, the feth is that. This is a siren.
Evelyn will kind of put her hand up to her nose.
There are many like that, but this
And it will
one is
come
ours.
away wet, and she said, I must have gotten a nosebleed when... Ugh. That sucked. Why?
Yellow blood isn't exactly human standard. Or, whatever.
Within
I just imagine
bars.
pulls up pamphlet. Human blood's supposed to be red.
Guardsman's uplifting primer. And Evelyn's reaction to that is within error bars.
And Vanderath's reaction to that will be grumble.
Yeah, because the Maldian are very, very minorly abhuman, and they have cobalt instead of iron in their blood.
Too many mushrooms.
Hmm.
See, kids, this is what happens when you eat too many mushrooms. You start getting yellow blood and good hearing, and living underground a lot.
And so it is late, but we had a great time. We are concluding this episode this evening. Thanks, everyone, for showing up for the most recent installment of Scales of War.
What Valis just said.
Indubitably.
All right. So thanks everyone for watching, and next week we're going to have our next Commander session, and it's going to be good times. Hey, have a good night.